hello, Edward. I'm just gonna say I'll be back in a sec. I gotta go grab a drink. That seems weird. Oh. I have to see how the lighting is. I didn't like having my lights attached to my table, so I had wall mounts I bought like 3 years ago, and I finally put them up so I can get the lights off my table. So I eventually want to get some actual speakers on my table because I'm sick of wearing headphones all the time. Yeah, trying to take advantage of Black Friday. It's just so much stuff. Anyway, I'll be back in like 3 minutes. I gotta go grab the drink stuff. All right, I'm back. I got a booze. It's weird because, like, okay, so I said it before. I moved my lights just off the table and moved them onto the wall, and in doing so, I think I moved a couple of them, not much more than like 3 to 4 inches, and it literally completely throwing me off. Like, it gets so used to something, and then it's just different. I have a little headache. I think I need. I hate to say it, but I need some water. I'm drinking that now. It's finally gotten cold in Minnesota, and it means when it gets cold, it gets dry. And this is I'm normally bad about that as it is, and I know. Yeah, I'd say this way. It's afraid to say something. Cheers, Nala. I've actually done okay today on drinking water. There's been some days where I go the whole day and then I'm like, oh, I haven't drank or ate I should do one of those. I gotta turn one of the lights up though. I think it needs to be up a notch. See, oh, no, that's too bright. I can manage that. Put it a little further away, so I had to pump up the brightness a little bit. Okay. We have no Michael today. He is gone doing other family stuff for Thanksgiving. He will be back Monday. So unsure yet what we're doing Disco Elysium on Sunday or not. He says he should be able to just pop on and watch and talk, but we'll see. He was banished to Kentucky. Yeah, well, he was in West Virginia like a week ago, and then came back for like 3 days, and then went back out again. Thankfully, if you heard his whole story about his trip, having a lot of time issues and being almost missing his flight going out the first time. This time was better. I think he did state that he finally had one of those like movie moments where you hear somebody on a plane yell, "Is there a doctor on the plane?" So he always has those uniques, everything. Okay. There we go. I think the lights, yeah, that was fine. Might be a little bright, but I don't like having it too evenly lit, but I'll leave it as it is. Did he wake up on time? Yes, actually, I think Adam drove him to the airport, so that helps having a second person. His flights are normally, he likes scheduling them like 8 in the morning, which means he has to get there at like 6, which means leaving at like 5:30. And Adam had everything going for the day, but I had family stuff going pretty early, so I needed to sleep. Anyway, I wasn't sure what to do today, but I think I'm going to see if we can finish this. We're pretty close. It gets me every time. I feel like I need to turn that down a little low. Okay. So yeah, oh yeah, we were doing her getting into the cart. We were doing all the like the secondary motion of when the cart impacts. I think for the most part things are kind of done. I think what we need to do is still, I think I might do the extra bit of her hair though, because it's kind of front and center. And actually maybe have her like react to being hit, because in a way she's being kind of hit. Like her butt, I would think would swing at least a little bit in that direction. Okay, I don't think I need this sound here. How was everybody's week? It was a different week. I mean, I guess if you're like in Europe, I don't think you have any holidays, but you get plenty of other holidays. America hates holidays. And we do the very American thing too, of saying that you just don't work hard enough, when it should be that Americans get holidays too. Because it's stupid. Ate so much, I know. I actually, this time I didn't actually overeat. I wasn't that hungry. I only had like a donut on my way there, which was like at 10:30, and then I had We ate at like 1:30. So all I had the whole day was the donut, but I guess I just don't eat it like lots of little stuff. So probably just my stomach wasn't as like needy, but I only ended up eating, in a decent plateful, but then I was done. So I was comfortable. But we also just had the Friendsgiving before that, so just adds up to a lot. Yeah, there it goes around her head now. Especially since, for the most part, the food was almost identical, just like different people cooking it, so different nuances to it. So, but otherwise, both Friendsgiving and my family's one had ham and turkey and mashed potatoes and green bean casserole, and our family's harvest potatoes. It's just we had homemade bread from that morning at our Friendsgiving, where our family just had like a pre-bought loaf. That was a very different bread. The homemade stuff was so much better. And for Friendsgiving, we also had like a mac and cheese. That was also really good. Went really good with the bread. I could have just ate that. People were kind of turning it, the mac and cheese into a fondue for the bread. Well, it was just mainly our family's Thanksgiving is just about going to my brother's, eating food and watching football. It used to be when we get there that they would have all the paper for the morning, and we'd all go through the paper to check out any like doorbuster Black Friday sales and just go to like look through all that. They used to be a tradition, I think, for like the last 10 years, and no more than that, probably 20 or so. And then this year there was no paper. They didn't buy one. But even last year there was almost nothing. And when I looked online, a lot of places didn't print one anyway. So I feel like we're kind of past that, sadly. Well, kind of. I like those doorbusters, and I had good memories of going to the Circuit City with my dad standing in line for like 4 hours to get a deal on something. But I think we're past those days. With the internet and everything, people don't want to do that. Are all the horses scaled? So don't want her. I want Sunny. Did anybody buy anything fun for the sales going on? There was no mac and cheese at my Thanksgiving. Yeah, for our family one, we didn't have any either. But it was John's sister works in food, and so she's kind of a foodie, and so she made a very fancy like cheddar mac and cheese that wasn't just like Kraft mac and cheese. It was like all fresh, good ingredients, like made from scratch, and it was really good. It was super rich. That's why people were just using it for fondue. It was just the sauce was good. And I think she used cavatappi. Or no, was it cavatappi? Yeah, I think she used cavatappi for the noodles, which I like more than macaroni. Cavatappi's awesome. I bought an external hard drive from Best Buy to finally back up my laptop. Long overdue, to be honest. Yeah, hard drives got pretty damn cheap. They haven't, I don't think in the last couple of years they've changed too much in price, but I've been seeing the higher capacity prices slowly come down, meaning they're coming more in line for cost per terabyte to start going in into the larger ranges. Used to be, I think when I started buying hard drives, 6 terabytes were the sweet spot, and then I went to 12s, but now 20s are probably one of the better spots right now for cost per terabyte. Because I think that you can get a 12 for like $200, but you can get a 20 for like 340, which if you do the math actually ends up being about the same. The only reason I don't want to upgrade my server for it is because you have to replace your parity drives first, which means I have to buy, if I buy two 20s, I have to take move the 12s to storage and put them as parity first. So I'd be spending a bunch more money to not gain any more storage, just future proofing. But that'll be like maybe down the line. I don't think I need that much more storage right now. Okay, I was gonna figure out how to lock her butt around. I bought a few things though. I bought some speakers that I want to get in here. I got shoe glue. It's weird because my shoes are falling apart. I just wanted to get them glued together. I'm replacing my secondary monitor here because I use the second portion of my widescreen or my ultra wide for SFM stuff. But when I'm doing SFM stuff, it locks it to 60 hertz. And I don't want to have that for gaming. So when I stream gaming, I want to have the secondary monitor. But the one I'm using right now as a secondary monitor is like 24 inches across. And it's just super big when it's vertical. So I got a portable monitor that has a vase mount that will do the 16 inches, the same height as my current monitor when turned vertical. 16 inches tall. So I'll find a way to get that there, and then it'll be a lot easier and to manage, and hopefully can slide it more out of the way. So got that. And I also got, I can show this. I got a boat. If people know what that boat means, I've been playing around with that a little bit today too. So yeah, it's a fun little boat. If you don't know what that means, I got a 3D printer. That's what that means. So I need to lock her back legs. I was at Micro Center today, and it's just the benchmark that you tend to use as a first print. So I just did the standard Hello World type thing. Is that the one for Reg? No, I think it's called Benchy. It's just usually it's a good test of your 3D printer because all its different shapes and some of its vertical pieces, it just makes sure that everything works and the temperatures are right. So if you get a good print of this, you should be good. And it just comes built into this stuff. So I just did a print of it. It took like, I think 25 minutes for this. Yeah. And it's nice and solid. So now I can print, like, cause I have, you see them right there. Yeah. The little error symbols. I can print those myself now. I can have more errors. But it kind of looks like the one from Dredge. It's probably the same kind of boat. Actually, I don't have them over here. The main reason I got it is I'm getting a SCADA board for all our controllers to hold. But I'm trying to find little like pegs to put the controllers on, but nothing that you can buy from IKEA actually works. They're either too big or too small, or nothing that works. But you can find 3D print files to do it. Or you can buy it from Etsy. But if you buy it from Etsy, you're spending like $10 per set. And I need like 16 sets. So as I spend like $160 to $200, or I just buy the 3D printer and I can print them all myself for like $10. And then all the money saved is just towards whatever the printer costs. So you're going to print your own pony toys now? That's what everybody has said. No, but Michael lives here, so probably I wouldn't be surprised. I actually have it running right now. It's it's going through printing their little the little brackets. So I'm letting it go. I might go over there and pop them out and pop another one in a little later. I have to print a lot of them. I'm gonna go get the SCADA boards tomorrow, and I want to try to have it up this weekend. But each print takes 35 to 40 minutes. So I want to do not leg front, leg hind. Okay, so we need a lock. This is going to make them scale weird, isn't it? Yeah. It's a right leg. Not ankle. I'm going to say lower leg here. And then I need to do wherever her chest is. Spine? No, I think that's the main. Don't they have like a third, fourth, or fifth spine? Where's the rest of your back? Just neck. Well, that's skin. No. Ah, there it is. I was just blind. I think that one's the one I'm looking for. Yeah, I know. I'll do this one. Okay, so it's gonna make her a little weird there, but this is the butt. All right, perfect. So when this gets impacted, why is this moving your leg? I locked your one leg, not your other leg. Actually, wait. You should still not be moving your hoof. Why are your hoof moving? Huh. Maybe I won't be able to do that. Something's being goofy, and I don't want to... well, you know what? It might be easier. Just temporarily unlock horse from carriage. Now I can actually see all the bones. Kind of. Yeah, tail. Okay. All right, so hind leg here. Lower leg twist. That's not it. I need you to lock here. Lock both those. Screw it. Now if I grab your butt. Okay, see, now it works fine. And your leg. Hello, sunset. This is hind leg left, upper leg, this one. Okay. And then spine 3. All right, now I should be able to rotate this. Yep, without problem. Everybody digesting okay? We actually had Thai food tonight because I've had ham, turkey, and Thanksgiving food, I think, all but like one day for the past week. So took a break. Got something else. This needs to be... maybe not. The tail kind of popping back up is a little weird. I think I'm going to keep the delay here. Nope. Oh, yeah, that, because right now she's not really impacting yet. And there, now it's when she's impacting. But the tail feels like if it probably just needs to stay down. Yeah. Because it got crushed. Okay. I don't think any of these have to be unlocked in a certain order. You have to be careful if you're unlocking. If you have multiple bones in a chain that is scaled, locked, if you unlock them in the wrong order, you will unlock one and the rest of the model will adjust and push that bone somewhere else. And then when you unlock it, it'll push everything else out a little further. So you have to make sure you unlock, I think, from the outside in, not the inside out. Yeah. Something like that. Okay, so her butt did the thing. Oh, I gotta relock her to the cart. Moves to which part of the card? Is it this part of the card? Yes. Okay. It doesn't look like she's quite locked, but I don't know. Maybe it's right. I thought I fixed that. Hold on. I swear I saved it so it said correct info. And hello, Hot Rod. 46 months too. Hello, Hargo. Hello, chat. How's everyone? I'm doing wonderful. How are you doing? Why are you? Maybe I didn't hit save. Oh. I saved it so that the name popped up correctly on the bottom of the screen, like down here. But I didn't fix it in the other bit, so that's fixed there. I just haven't fixed it where like gift subs work correctly. All right. Other little small things we need to do. Pear Butter's ear. Your name is no Hargo, and I'm doing well. It reminds me of, I don't know if anybody here hasn't seen Christmas Vacation. Excellent movie that I swear we watch every year. I think I've seen that movie like, no kidding, probably a dozen times. But I don't mind because it's a classic and it's enjoyable every time. But yeah, that's what I was thinking from when the lady that played Elaine in Seinfeld, she was the neighbor of them, and they were supposed to be like hipster kind of 80s, and her name was Margot. Yeah, and that's the classic phrase. I know Margot. It was just there's not many movies that I could say that you could watch over and over again and still get entertainment in it, and that's one of them. One of the best movies ever made. My my sister-in-law has a Dickie shirt, so where I forgot his name now at this point, but the shirt, as you can see the like the just little square underneath the bit that she's wearing, and she also has the little moose glass cups. I've never seen Fargo. I'm not talking about Fargo, Margot. Actually, for being from Minnesota, I've never actually seen Fargo either. If I have, it was way too long ago and I don't remember it. But yeah, I've never actually seen Fargo. I own it. I bought it for the Plex, so I have it. I can watch it, but I just never seen it. Down in Largo. No, don't get that started. It's people reference that movie because of the the Minnesota accent and stuff, which it's probably more of a northern Minnesota accent, but still don't know it. There was also the Minnesota Pony. They had how was it? What was her name? Okay. It's Minneapolis. Or maybe I just put Fargo Pony. Okay, or I just go to an actually good image search. Yeah, that's way better. Yeah, this is Pony. I mean, Michael very much liked them, and it's supposed to be a representation of that person that was from the show. But I still like it that the episode that they showed her for the first time, because I think she was in more than one, and mentioned Minneapolis, was on the same weekend that MLP MSP 3 happened. So the Minneapolis convention, and they showed that episode uh, in one of the panel times, and it was just funny because what is the timing chances of that? Well, thank you, GCK. See, it fixed. The names work. Yay. For the sub. Oh, me, oh, my. It seems I've missed quite a few of these, haven't I? What are you talking about? 62 months. I don't think Jurassic's beating you. No, I think you have the most. So I think you're fine. Thank you very much. That's like 5 years. Obviously, I'm now back in a time zone I can watch the streams. We got no Michael today. He's doing family things. Actually, their Thanksgiving wasn't yesterday. It's today. But he flew in yesterday, and I think it was just easier for everybody because they had some other stuff they had to deal with the week beforehand. So just that extra time probably helped. The first Fargo miniseries is freaking awesome. Among its greatest, the absolute best gunfight in cinematic history that you, the viewer, never actually see. I have heard good things, surprisingly. I wouldn't think that something like that would actually work, but I have heard positive. But I probably should see the movie first. I don't know if it's related or not, but eh. Okay, that's pretty good. Now her leg. Okay, so it probably would lift up a little bit. This is going to be her right hind leg. I think here. Yes. Deployment was... Oh, hello, Kite. The deployment was pretty much finished. Happy I can come back and celebrate 62 months. Miss being here. Miss seeing you around. I've seen you again quite a bit. Because you missed conventions then, too, didn't you? I can't remember. They all kind of blend together. I can't believe, like, Ciderfest was actually less than a month ago. So much has happened this month. This has been one of the busiest, like, day-by-day months in a long time for me, and it's just been crazy busy. I can't believe this has only been a month. It feels like it's been a whole quarter. There's been some like not so fun things in there, but overall it's been pretty good stuff, so I'm not worried about it. But I've actually been both these out. Yeah, that's what I thought you missed this year's Ciderfest. This year's Ciderfest was, I felt a lot better than last year's. Nostalgic Hotel helps, but and also I think just me taking on a lot less stuff. I was actually able to go around and do things and hang out with people, and I had a lot more fun. I think the lower leg, I'm actually going to delay that by 1. And probably actually lift it just a little bit more here. Yeah, see, maybe add like a ankle twist down. And then just like a little. And then we'll just do a little bit of a slower settle. That was work. Been pretty busy for us too. Getting back home stinks. I missed out on the new, to me, venue. I'm pretty sure they'll be in the same one next year. The one thing that they did announce this year is they're not doing. You took a nap today. Actually, that sounds really nice. They skipping Winnie City next year, which was sad to hear, but the reasoning is fairly legit. As long as they want to try to allow them the normal amount of time to prep for next Cider Fest, so that once they can get done with that, they can start on Winnie City and not do this like 4 to 5 months to prepare thing. They want to get like the whole con kind of prepared for the most part about 6 months ahead of time, so that they can start on the next convention even before the one before it's done, and so they can have more of that information out quicker. But whether or not that happens, it's one thing to say something, it's another to actually do it. So I'm hoping. Oh, there. Well, help. Thank you as much, Alex. For 19 months in soda. Soda what? I'm not. I mean, this is kind of soda. It's lime juice, starry, the lemon lime soda, and a bunch of amaretto. You see Izzy's hoof? You can, but it gets covered immediately, so not a worry. We do need to have Izzy's head shake a little bit, though. I really got to organize these models. Is that what you guys want to do? Do you want to watch me organize these models for an hour? Sounds super exciting. I love copy pasting text. And hell, the Big Derp's like, nope, cover the screen. Thank you, Big Derp. I thought there was just a headphone. Whatever. Does this one work? No. That works better. Cheers, Hot Rod. It's totally fair. No, I hope I can still make the cons. The friend I would rely on to share a room with and for travel has pretty much renounced his interest in the fandom. Still at that age. We will see. I don't get that. Like, that whole video, it's an old video from Saberspark of leaving the fandom is so spot on for what people would do for the most part. They can they have to either be fully active in the fandom or completely gone from it. They can't find middle ground. I don't understand it. It's kind of what I'm doing. Yeah, I still make content for it, but I'm not like actively out looking for content and posting on message boards. For the most part, other than what I do here, I don't really do anything horse related. Sure. You can't leave. All roads lead to Equestria. I just don't get it. Like, why can't you be like a part-time fan of something? I like, no, unless you're going to conventions and keeping up on daily stuff. Yeah, I left the fandom, but not the friends I have along the way. Oh, the fandom isn't like a switch. It's not like that. It's like even if I stopped going to conventions and whatever, I'd still be interested in what the people are doing, and like it would. I don't get it. It's just people wanting the attention that brings, or something. Zip need to move a little bit. Oh, Zip's like kissing her forehead. Here we go. I'm gonna have Zip's ear. Where's your ear? Your right ear. Kind of like fall down a little bit. Like it was kind of just sitting up there and then that thing bounced it down. Where'd my thing go? Where's my button did I hit to lose my like round and everything? What did I do? Am I just being super derp right now? Oh, there it is. Okay, I put it there. Okay. I was just being stupid. I need to go back to here. I literally did that. Michael's not here. Somebody's got to play the role. I can never leave the fandom. My name, the name Mr. Jinxie Cake, was birthed in it. So to wash myself clean of cartoon horse would kill the Jinxie Cake. It's actually one of the reasons that I was. So when I started doing fandom stuff, I'd used the name Argodamon for God, since like early Xbox 360 days. This is what I made from my Xbox account. Like when Elder Scrolls Oblivion came out. So we're talking like mid 2000s or something. When I started doing the horse thing, I thought, should I have a horse related name, something more set to the fandom? And I decided not to. And I'm glad I did, because the people that like want to move on from the fandom, but their name is like the coolest brony, like you're kind of restricted a little bit. Mine, I wouldn't say the name's agnostic to some things, but it actually did make it helpful when I started doing like say Rathlo stuff, because at least that was kind of related, but maybe. But yeah, it's a little more difficult if you have a name that's more locked to the fandom, and it's perfectly fine if you do, but it's just I'm glad I didn't. I do realize this wheel, the way it bends, doesn't work. It's pivoting off of the center. If it was actually like leaning from weight, it'd be pivoting off the bottom point. It's still on the ground, and that looks weird. I'm gonna fix that. Wheel back right. Can you see any other wheel? No, not really. So let's see if we can fix it. So it's moving. It's like from here. Oh, kinda like this. I think it's basically like that, but I think I'd drawn it out a little bit. Anyway, so it goes in. I need it to go back out. Yeah, that feels a little bit better. And I'm thinking that this And normally I wouldn't want to do like something like that, but this probably would dip down a little bit. It's on dirt. It's going to be able to take some of the weight. Don't get it. I had someone post a message on one of my posts. Why would you want to continue with a dead fandom? If you are a true fan, you never stop your love. You may not be active content creator, but you don't abandon it like a dead spouse. One friend gave me all of his remaining MLP stuff, like all his Applejack stuff, Samurai Applejack poster, and some other stuff. Oh yeah, I have one friend that did that too. But he still hangs out with us, but he doesn't do anything with the fandom anymore. But it was also because he was trying to clear things from his life to make it look better for others. I won't go into that, but he's just trying to do things that required it to not be in his house. I found you because of those Rathalos videos. Really? Those are fun. I do want to do more. Actually, I want to try to get more work on this done, but sometime probably in the next week or two, I'm going to work on more Rathalos stuff with Monster Hunter Wilds. Yeah. With Monster Hunter Wilds coming out in, 2-3 months? I think that'd be a good idea to start making stuff. So I made a Blue Sky account for him. See, he's got a Blue Sky account. He has 23 followers, though I have literally done nothing on the account. I made an account for him and posted nothing, said nothing, and I had 5 followers in that day, and I've been getting about the same amount per day. Also, chocobos are awesome too. I have a chocobo model. I've been wanting to do Final Fantasy content. I just finished Final Fantasy 16, which I have a lot to say about Final Fantasy 16, but they had cute chocobos. Ambrosia's awesome, but they got rid of the chocobo music when you're riding chocobos. It does like a little whimsical thing at the beginning, and then it's gone. And what are you doing? Like, the chocobo theme is it bothered me so much. I want the chocobo music. Well, I'm still recruiting people to the show in Fallout Equestria. The ladder is actually just crazy how big that is. Make about 1 convert a month. From my understanding, he left due to keep up a facade to hide it from his family and new love interest. That's kind of what I was saying before. The breakup from his previous relationship did not help the case. Who am I to really say if it was for him? But I'm just happy that him and I are still good, like a long lost brother kind of friendship. Yeah, I mean, the friends don't matter if they're still horse or not. My name predates the fandom. Oh my god, I'm old. It predates time itself. Been addicted to the Nerds Gummy Cluster. Nerds candies are good. And no Cactuar. Yes, Niski. Yeah, that was... We originally said there was no Cactuars and there was no... My brain don't work today. Tonberries. We thought there was no Tonberries. But then the DLC had Tonberries. But still no Cactuar. They had 1 Mog, which is good. Some have been more minimal than others, but feels like so many of the like, and there's no Wigs and Bigs and Wedge, Bedge and Wigs. There was no Bigs and Wedge. Apparently they were mentioned in a letter, but that was it. No actual characters. And at the beginning of the game, you go out with 2 guys and they come at you like bros. And I'm like, oh God, these gotta be Bigs and Wedge. And then they were like, other names, and I'm like, no, you are Biggs and Wedge, and I'm sad. I'm so sad. I could go on a rant about Final Fantasy 16. It's in like the bottom third of Final Fantasies to me. It's not that I didn't find it for a mainline numbered entry to be that great. A worthwhile play. Thankfully, I got it when it was like 20% off through Humble Bundle after it came out, and it wasn't even that bad then with all the DLCs, but still, If I'm going to go and play a Final Fantasy I played before, that one's going to be pretty far down there. Um, that wheel feels still a little weird to me too. But I'm just gonna leave it. I think it looks pretty good overall. Okay, so now I want to make sure that as she's leaving Applejack, that it looks okay, because right now, not so much. I feel like when Applejack kind of throws her off, she needs to probably go a little higher. And yeah, I think if she goes a little higher, that would help. Let's see if we can do it from there to there. One lady I converted is mad at me because I convinced her to try Australia and she got addicted to reading it. She's a slow reader. Oh, well, at least she doesn't have to worry about the ending then, because we'll never have that. Well, to be honest, I'm not engaged much in the fandom anymore either. Without these streams, I think Pony would fall out of my brain. Yeah, actually, if I wasn't doing these, it'd be exactly the same way. I'd probably still go to conventions, but whether I even got a badge, I don't know. But I feel like I have to, because I actually know of a good amount of people that go to the conventions to hang out with friends and have just not bought badges. They'll just go and spend the time in the town with them outside of the convention hall, because there's nothing wrong with standing outside the halls. Go and spend time in their hotel rooms. It's just their opportunity to meet with friends. But then if they don't actually care at all about panels, why buy a badge? So that's what I like about just applying for a panel and just getting a panel, because the panel, like, bad fanfic is fun to do, and then I get a free badge, so well. Argo, if you dropped Pony, I would still be here because I enjoy your community. Yeah, that's why I have originally tried to figure out, okay, if Pony's going downhill, what else can I do to keep, like, I wanted to kind of do what BronyCon did, but failed at. But I was like, okay, can I just find a few fandoms to cover? And then if one starts dying off, at least I've already introduced and got everybody acclimated to something else. And going and switching over to that wouldn't be so much of a jump. But I think actually the main reason I still do horse stuff is just I have the most experience with it. So it's it's the easiest. I know exactly what I'm doing and I can do things quick. So I'm at this point. I'm not at the point of my life where I'm trying to figure out new and innovative ways to do things. I'm just like having fun, taking advantage of what I already know. So, but I like doing the Monster Hunter stuff too. Oh, did she go too high there? No, actually that makes everything look better. He drops a derpy all the time. Yeah. Sometimes she catches fire too. The ground is, you never know what's on it. Maybe back on. Oh no, that's, or is that really enough? Oh, that actually looks much better. Okay, yeah, I'll just do that. When she does this though, so say derpy, they did. No, a year ago, I had considered like just kind of dropping everything because I was way over my head on stuff, and life had too much going on, and I was needing to cut things. But we did, and just consolidated, and things are a lot easier now. But I don't plan on stopping horse anytime soon, so don't worry about that. It's no longer about it being horse. It's not that I'm like, I like doing horse content. It's just, it's familiar. That's why I kind of want to go and do more Rathalos stuff. I just really need to find an AI, either an AI that can do Rathalos or a voice actor that somehow or another can pull off an amazing Francis. but there's just too much nuance to that character that I don't see either being possible. You can find somebody that can have a deep, gruff voice, but there's a certain pessimism to the way that Francis's voice is done that I just don't think somebody's going to replicate in the way that actually would make me go, yes, that's it. So yeah. And that also then requires that I have to write content for Rathalos, when right now I just like going through the audio clips, finding one and going, I could make something funny from that. And that's an easier, I'm not actually that creative when it comes to like designing something. I'm much better at just finding something stupid and finding ways to make something stupid around it. I remember your animation you did with Derpy on the computer with fire happening in the background. Yeah, actually that's the same. And any bits, I think 0 through 99 still play that one. And then all the ones above that are just copy paste of that animation, but with other things going on. I do wonder if you had to pick something other than Pony and Monster Hunter, what would you pick? I actually started one. I wanted to see if I could do Pokemon. So I actually put that because I wanted 3. I wanted to have Pony, Monster Hunter. I was trying to find a third, and a safe one was Pokemon. So I did a test. Oh God, this can't be that long ago. Is this ordered by date? It's ordered by date. Where did I put it? No, I did a test because I wanted to see if I could lip sync Mewtwo. And yeah, so I did this. Oh yeah, you guys got can't hear anything. I just grabbed some random audio bit, and so I gave him actual lip syncing.
Yeah, well, looks can be deceiving.
So I went into the bottle, actually added lip syncing functionality to see if it's possible, and I was kind of like, yeah, actually, I'd probably commission somebody to do some of it because some of it needs mouth rebuilding. But yeah, I was actually trying out some other ones, and I got him talking.
Yeah, well, looks can be deceiving.
And I think I even had to do the eye control. I can't remember on that, but never really pushed on that because that would be a ton of work. Like going through and adding lip sync functionality to models takes time. And that is to me the most boring of things to do. It'd probably be something I would just commission out to somebody, but I have a very particular way I like the lip syncing done, not overly complicated, just very particular functionality. And it would be nice to, if I could find, I know somebody that can do it. But they're probably well above what level I would probably need, but they're super chill. Of all the SMMers out there, you are go do the cutest version. Cutest version of Pony? No, actually, if you're looking for cute Pony, and maybe not animated because it doesn't do as much anymore, but PSFMer makes some really, really good pictures. Do a good boy animation. The voice lines are just it saying good boy repeatedly like a Pokemon. Has anybody else heard that there's a credible rumor Elon is considered buying Hasbro? Right now, I've all seen his screenshots. Until I actually see something about something, I don't think it's going to happen. And he would I don't think it'd be a bad thing. He'd probably buy it to get D&D, and then he would just sell off all the other stuff he doesn't care about. So it'd be to the highest bidders. So somebody would probably just buy Pony. And then they would go from there. So it'd be up to them, not Elon, but it's going to be out that he would not keep those IPs. Maybe Transformers, because he's kind of that kind of nerd. Wait, why is he doing that? If you're talking about why I was doing different like fandom type stuff, it's like the same reason that if you want to make an investment in the market, you don't buy all of one stock. You have to diversify so that if something happens, you have fallbacks. And so that's why I was trying to find other fallbacks so that if Pony completely collapsed and didn't do a G5 and the whole fandom did for some reason dry up, that I had something that I could fall back to. And so I was trying to find something else, having like a second and a third backup. Because if I had suddenly had to figure that out like last minute, it's a little harder when you have people that are showing up all the time if they don't know what you're doing and you don't know what you're doing. This is a pretty decent choice. I know jack of all about Pokemon other than service level, but a good pick. It's mainly because I didn't want to pick people. People are harder to, or it's more of, if you 3D animate like Mewtwo or a horse or something, you can get away with a lot more like nuances that aren't there. You can cheap out on some stuff. But if you do a person, like a human being, there's a lot more detail people look to because they attach to and they require to make it feel right. And also it's I think playing around with like talking creatures is a lot more fun because you're putting a voice on something you don't expect it from, and that's way more fun. So like being able to have like Pikachu swear or something would be fun. I think that would be way more fun. I did, what was the other? I did try to do some Samurai Jack stuff because I saw the word Jack, like when you said Jack all Pokemon. I did try doing some Samurai Jack stuff at one point. I was playing around with, you can change the light mapping that on how it touches a model. Like when you see how light normally interacts here, you can see that it's kind of like got this gradient around the edge that it's adding. You can change it so that it actually isn't a gradient. It's literally, it goes to a certain point and then just completely flips to the lit portion. So it kind of makes it cartoony, like almost kind of cell shaded, I guess, but like kind of a comic book style. And I wanted to see if I could load in like Samurai Jack models and make something that looked like, drop the frame rate, make it those characters and make it look cartoony, but fully from 3D from SFM. And what I found was that lighting thing works, but only if the map is lighting it, not a like actual light. So if I were to load in a light like that, and I guess the lights are here. So if I were to use any of these lights, it doesn't work. It has to use the map lighting, meaning every single scene would have to have its own map built with the lights in the exact position. And you don't exactly know where those are until you've loaded the models in, which means you have to compile the map, bring it into SFM, see what it looks like. It would be a mess. I think the Nutrifin or somebody a long time ago figured out some details on that. Might have been, Zachariah Scott, but they came to the same conclusion of is neat, but a lot of work. And I didn't see it worthwhile. There might be a different way to go about doing that. And if there was a cool way, sure, great. And I know that some software out there does that actually really well, but I like SFM. I'm getting older and I like the comfort of familiarity. And again, a lot of those other softwares have cool features, but then it's all this extra time and effort and render time to get to that point that I would need it to be. And I don't want to be there. I just want to make stupid shit. Her head's is clipping a little bit when she flips over. Is it noticeable? Not really, but I'm going to bend it back a little bit. I just got Mio on my foot fighter shirt. Mio on my foot fighter shirt. There were so many words in there that confused me, but I'm guessing you're talking about the drink additive you got on your shirt. Okay. I was really confused what you were saying. I thought the Elon buying Hasbro thing was a joke. You never know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. It was just a screenshot of something, and it could have been he's talking about it, but whether or not he does, that was, even if Hasbro's not worth that much right now, Elon doesn't have like a ton of floating cash. He would have to buy he has value in the stock that he has in the companies that he owns and has that stock in. He would have to sell stock. And if Hasbro was a large enough value just to buy the IPs and everything, it means that he would have to, unless he just bought D&D, which I don't think Hasbro would do that. They'd probably try to sell the whole package. But if he tried to do that, he would probably have to sell off more Tesla stock, and that probably wouldn't go well for him. You can make animation in SFM so much faster, even if it does not look as good. I think it looked fine. It's just being able to make it as fast as I do. It's the speed of SFM, the efficiency of it, and this is to me the biggest thing. Well, not Maggie, but like the workshop, though she is pretty big. The workshop is 21,000 models, 1,200 sounds, 1,000 maps. All I have to do is search for it, grab it, and I'm done. Sometimes you're not going to find what you're looking for, but maybe you can make something else work if you're very creative with it. And there's still stuff being added all the time, as long as you like heads in toilets and like scary bears. But I mean, other than that, it still has a decent amount of stuff go through. So, it's just how many heads in a toilet do we need, really? This isn't going to make you popular. Please stop. Why do you have Nick voice line packs? You can just... Who doesn't have Left 4 Dead 2 at this point? Your animation style really brings out the pony's range of expressions. Look no further than Naysayer and Cheese It Dash for perfect examples. The only reason I can even do that though is because there's been 4 iterations amongst some really brilliant people working on making the models have those functionalities. So if nobody went and added those to the models, I probably wouldn't be using it in that way. Erudite Core is of big credit for the current models to actually have it where the bone has a mouth bone like that I can twist and churn and to have a lot more motion than I can add to things. And Naka for actually putting in the effort to get everything kicked off, because KP Shadow Scrolls models were really rough at the beginning, and Naka's the one that kicked off the original like renaissance for SFM Pony early on. And then like Juice Dane was in the middle, giving us a big upgrade that just helped keep things relevant. So yeah, I mean, everybody was a big part of it. I'm just the one that moves them. I don't think they get enough credit for all that. And cheers, Starfire. I think Erudic's doing fine because he does like the NSFW stuff now for models, and that's where the money is. Yeah, head. Looks like she's no, don't. You know, this is the reverse. You're too old for that. So from here to here. Probably want to extend that a little bit. Oh no, not too much, because she's getting a cart. Okay, so she's technically, her head is clipping right here, but that's perfectly fine because it's not even really visible anyway. Okay, I think that she's pretty good in landing in the cart. Elon would wait till Hasbro's stock dropped much further before he would make a move. Kind of. As soon as he brings it up, he would probably just... If he were to say something about it, it would the moment he would say something about it, it would no longer drop. So if it became public knowledge that he was looking at it, people would buy Hasbro stock because they would want to be in on the sale, because normally the sale goes for above the selling price. So people want easy money. So it would only work for the price to drop if all of that was said was a lie, or at least thought of a lie until he actually bought it. Hey, the best feature from SFM. Big old Maggie. Yes, but you take the time and effort to bring the most potential to the models, just like the damn praise man. Just take the damn praise man. Well, no, it's more of it's a team effort. No, I mean, maybe not team. That implies we're all working collaboratively, but no, it's everybody working off of each other's work to help making each other's stuff good. And then I've just been one of the few that's lasted this long. I realize this shot still has everything in it too. I'm gonna clear this out. No, because if I was doing the modeling work and then you see people downloading the models and using them, you can be like, oh, that's great. And you keep making the models, but then you find that the people that are using the models are the ones getting the attention. And even though none of them would have made anything without you putting in that effort, you're just kind of still forgotten about. I don't like that. I think it's still important to recognize those that put the effort into making those things that helped get us to where we are. Okay, so get rid of those two. And look, I want to be careful on that one. Modest be humbug. No, I know that, like, I put the effort in and people recognize that, and I appreciate that for sure. But I'm also very appreciative of those that made it so I can. Like, even the Rathalos model, technically the Rathalos model, I added all the lip sync and everything to it. So to me, there's a little bit more of me, even on the model side for that. But the person that ported over the Rathalos model did something that most other people don't do when they port those models, and they included the animation sequences. So they put all that extra effort in to make it so that I could get the correct standing pose and jump pose and all that. And then I found out somebody put up a different updated version of a model, and it was slightly different, but it had all the full suite of the animation on there. So I found how that I put in the effort to actually port all those animations over to the version that I had with the lip syncing. So people put in some extra effort even on those that I wouldn't have enjoyed doing Rathalos if I couldn't get him at least into his basic T-pose positioning and his ambient stances. That saves me so much time. It's crazy. I don't think I would have actually done any of the Rathalos stuff if they hadn't ported those. Yeah, I could delete the grass there. It's not even noticeable. Those have really good and funny expressions, really make them come to life and stuff. Well, thank you. See, I'll take Ice Swimmer's compliment. No, I appreciate it. When you've been doing it kind of long enough, kind of forget that some of this stuff is hard, and you just like, I don't know what you're talking about. This is easy. Some of this stuff is still hard. Like when we were going into this last shot, I was thinking, oh God, I don't know how I'm going to get her onto that cart. I literally had no clue how to go about doing that and making it look decent. But I'm also really good at throwing mud at the wall until something sticks, and I just kept doing that until it looked okay. But yeah, I think that was the only shot that I really had some areas that I was going to be confused on or unsure on. The very first shot, yeah, that one shouldn't be too bad. It's just them walking up. that one. I don't think I need that tree back there either. No, you can't see it. And oh, and this tree and these props. The rest of the stuff. Oh, and the stuff. There we go. Nope. All right, that'll run better. Really easy to throw the mud, but it's hard to turn the mud into a masterpiece. Now, I love working off of the agile mentality when it comes to animation. Mainly the idea of fail early, fail fast. And I didn't really do it for this video because I've kind of become confident enough that not worry about it. But normally when I start a video, I like to do the hardest one first, because if I'm not going to be able to do the hardest part, which might be critical or important, I need to figure out a solution around that, or just not work on the video at all, because I don't want to have all this effort in and then figure out that my fail point is further down the line and I have wasted effort. So that, and when you're working on something, you just keep throwing things at it until you find something that works. Just keep failing until you find something that isn't fail. And but the more often you do that, the more often you're going to be right sooner. Because I don't think about what I do anymore. You just kind of do it, and your brain just like instinctively knows. Like, it's your brain's AI. Like when you think of AI, like the large language models, you throw enough data at it and it starts finding the patterns and starts just crapping out results. It doesn't know where the results are coming from. It just made patterns, and your brain's the same way. That's why it's all neural stuff. Oh yeah, I was going to do a little bit more with her hair, I thought. Yeah, I probably should. It's sunny. Don't remember. Nope. Okay, so it's these ones. Oh my God, there's so many of them. I don't want the little side bits though. I won't forget it this time. Let's assume 12 is that? Nope. We'll do the half method. Okay. It is somewhere in this half. So let's do 9 through 7. Okay, it's in that half. Is it 8? Is it 7? It's 7. Okay. So now if I, nope, there's still another one. Wait. Confused. Some of these are a little weird. I am my own GPT. Essentially, that's all you were when you were a child. You kept trying things until you found the thing that worked. And then you learned, you built up patterns. Your whole brain is essentially a large language model, but just from a general perspective. It just takes time for it to run through everything so much. That's where expertise in mastering something comes in. You just do it so much that your brain literally can build shortcuts and pathways to optimize that specific task. Like having consultants and stuff brought in that have 40 years experience can be great, because just by having them there, they can notice something wrong and not even know why it's wrong. There's just something in them is saying this is wrong and you should trust that. Or ChatGPT its own you. It's getting there. Anybody else just hear the clacking of the ice in Argus Bug and suddenly get nostalgic for the old refrigerator or the ice house? It's only one ice cube. Like the flood of Halo, we are just a hive mind of ChatGPTs. I don't know. Hopefully, I don't want to hear what's in your head. I actually, I've been randomly trying. If I see Halo books at thrift stores, I've been trying to pick them up. I haven't read any of them yet, but there was 2 of books that I wanted to try to find, especially, and it was the Fall of Reach and the Flood. And I found both of those at a thrift store just recently. I already had a bunch of others. I can't remember which ones those were. I think I had like 6 others, but now I have the 2 that I actually really wanted. So I'm happy. I'm really happy about that. Okay, so those ones will all work. Can I use 6 as well? No. So if we do 0 through here, and then maybe not 8. That shit. There's something from behind, but that's fine. So we're going to just grab rotation. I misclick this once. I have to start over. And that's like the clicking between the lines or holding the wrong button. That's a quality of life feature I'd really like to have. Like deselect all positions or deselect all rotations. Trying to distract me. Give me one. There we go. I was not going to be distracted. Cheers, soy. And 2. Michael's breaking the kitchen. I hope not. It's not even here. Cheers, soy. 3 and 4. Hello, hello. Yeah, okay. All right, I'm just going to add when she hits. I'm not going to actually, there's like not really much for a direction on anything here. What I can do instead is just, oh, I'm going to remember this time. Boop. Just jitter it. Why is that one fly away? Did I select position on that one and not rotation? I think it's towards the top. Yeah. Okay, that would make sense. Okay, now that's working correctly. So I think what I'm going to do here, I'm going to increase the jitter a lot. Okay, and then I'm just going to smooth it a little bit. Yeah, it actually got a little weird there. Now, why is it getting like jumpy? I guess the smoothing will fix it. It's kind of weird at that point. Yeah, smoothing fixed it. Because if we just do jitter, it's very aggressive. But if you do like twice as much as you need, then smooth it, you can get it back to that point, but then make it less aggressive. So I finally fixed my backup car. You have a car for going forward and backward? Seems excessive, but barely has a radio and ticks, but I know the tick isn't major or minor, but fixed just in time because a headlight went out of my other car and continues to have an issue with the new bulb. Adam had some issues with his headlights, but thankfully he's under warranty. He had that replaced. Is it an older car? Because I have a 2009 Civic that I'm deciding to just run it into the ground, which should be the next 20 years. Halo is like one of those things that I get if I get into animating, model creation, or D, all the above, I would like to try to get into. I've had the same idea for an animation in my brain for the length of this entire deployment. The lore of the universe is just chef's kiss to me anyway. I really like Halo, and actually Halo is what originally got me into a lot of video stuff because of Rooster Teeth. I used to make Rooster Teeth like, or Red versus Blue like animations with friends. Put the black bars on the screen, we would animate or like actually come out the screen and like try to play out a scene and record it and put voices over it. Yeah, it got me into doing a lot of that, and I wanted to get more into machinima for quite a while. That was like, I wanted to do it, but I didn't know how to, and so I never really did, but it was kind of a dream to try to. Now I guess I do this, so scratch that itch. I don't think I'd want to do any Halo stuff though, because it's so much action stuff and so much work. If you're talking about Black Friday, I got some speakers I'm going to be getting in here because I don't have any speakers and I don't always like wearing the headphones. It bothers my ears. I got a replacement side monitor that's smaller so that I don't have to deal with this giant chonkin thing all the time next to me, and make room for the speakers. And I also got, and I showed this. This will tell you what I got. Does that tell you what I got? Right here, the boat, special boat. But which I probably should go check on because I have some stuff printing. So, but I thought I got something else. And shoe glue. That's the only thing I can think of. And shoe glue. Yes, it's benchy. I've been printing some brackets. So yeah, I got a 3D printer. I'm making a wall from where, like, all our controllers right now. I've posted a picture of what our retro setup looks like, but it's all these little drawer things. But it just makes it so it's really hard to find what you want. You gotta kind of dig through all the controllers. So I eventually want to get those moved mostly out of there, and I want to make like a Scatus pegboard from IKEA. But I want to have all the controllers on there, but most of the little controller stands are crap that you can find on Amazon, or they don't really work for Scatus or something, or they're the 3D printed ones from Etsy and they cost like $10 to $15 a piece. And so I said, screw it, I'll just buy my own 3D printer. And if I'm going to have to make like 16 to 20 of these like hook sets, I can just save the money from printing it myself. So I estimated I'd probably get about 40% of the cost of the printer back within, or just by saving the money on not buying those. So, oh well. But I have some other ideas. I want to get, like, because I have some of the gun stuff up there. I want to get, actually I'm thinking about moving that down because changed the plans when I did that, and then the shelf was too big, but I might move that down. But I want to get the Avenger rifle from Mass Effect, and you can get the 3D print files for it. And as far as I know, I can print it then. So I need to get an AMS and some other stuff to make it work in the future, but I want to just be able to print stuff like that myself. They do have a lot of uses. After I started seeing some of the stuff that I could print from, for like some of the replica stuff, in that it's $350 to get a version of it shipped to you that's with all the different colors and looks nice, or you can just buy the files for like 10 or 15 for this large thing and then just print it yourself for like probably $20, and then you're good. So I'm just gonna do that. So that's my plan, but it'd probably be a while before I get that far. I didn't get the AMS this time with the printer, so I can't do multicolor yet. It was a little with all the other stuff I've already gotten. Dropping it on, or the money on the printer made sense to get it during the sale, but getting the AMS for the multicolor stuff on top of that was just, I would be putting myself too risky right now, and so I said no. I'm gonna hold off. It would have saved me probably $150 in the long run, but I'm just gonna have to be patient, wait for another sale. Make sure I didn't miss anything. I just got the A1 mini. Yeah, I heard you talking about that. I hope that works out for you. Picked up 4 silver color filament. Ooh, wow, big surprise. I think I didn't know it came with filament for testing. That was green. That was why like Benchy is green. So I picked up some turquoise. I was thinking of some turquoise ones to test, but I don't know if I'll use it. But then I picked up ABS, which is the harder material that I'm using for doing the hooks. And I had to do some changes to it to make it work, but all those prints have looked perfectly fine. They've come out real great. I think I printed 2 sets and I have a third one that's is finished. Yeah. So I just have to go over there and grab it. Wanted to get to modeling as well with the 3D printer. I got Argo's old GPU, and he says he did a lot with it animating wise. Oh yeah, that GPU does, at least in terms of SFM, it'll run SFM exactly the same as a 4090 will. So there's not any problem with that, but it'll work perfectly fine for that type of stuff. We do have a list of stuff I plan on printing from Thingiverse. I haven't tried Thingiverse. I went to Printables and there's a couple other websites. Surprisingly, through the this is the thing that you can get with was it the Benchy stuff, or not Benchy, the think of the thing, Bamboo software. It has a store in there, so these are the like little holders I'm making, and they work perfect for what I need, and they're easy and they're free. But yeah, they have a whole big store just through here for like getting stuff too. So, and I like free. So, but I know Etsy has some of like the replica stuff isn't free. It's far from free. But when you're talking about a hook compared to like a replica of a 3D gun, okay, that's a lot of work. Sure, I'll pay for that. That's fine. I hardly think it's an internal battle or something like that. I'll make sure I get the context there. Oh, ADHD stuff. One of these days I will try it. I know unless I just do it, it's not going to happen in my case. Yep. The hardest part of doing anything is starting it. That's like scientifically proven. Motivation starts with taking the first step. The first step is the hardest. Once you take that first step, it's usually not that bad. You just have to start creating traditions and things that you only do when you want to start doing that one activity. So like one of the examples they gave was if you have a special pair of shoes that is only for going to the gym or only for going for running. And so when you're trying to think of, I should go for a run, don't think of it as I should go for a run. Think of it as I'm going to put those shoes on. That's the only task you have to do. Don't think of it as anything else. Once the shoes are on, then you move to step 2. And it's so much easier to do step 2 because step 1 is done now. And you'll be like, well, the shoes are on. So it's try to find stuff like that. It's for me, it's streaming is the same thing. I created something that like, because when I start streaming, that's my time to do stuff. And it's not, I'll be not motivated to work at it any other time. But the moment the streams are starting, it's like, okay, I have no problem working. My brain's programmed to do it now. But yes, cursed shoes. It's anything. And they say it can literally be anything. Like if you want to get into animating, get a special soda that you never drink any other time, or a drink, a flavored drink. Don't drink it any other time, and have it. If you want to start animating, just go and make that drink and just drink it. That flavor then helps you get into that motivation to do something for it. It can be anything. It's just about a trigger. Or you should use a bench, make it larger in scale, and try to put a Rainbow Dash or Derpy at the helm. A benchy? Like a little benchy? I mean, the printer I have can do 10 by 10 inch. So, I mean, yeah, you could make if you turned it, especially, you could probably make it really big benchy. And yeah, I mean, I guess you could do that. But if you're going to put like Rainbow Dash at the helm, I'd rather have multicolor. So then you could have like them be different colors. But again, you need an AMS for doing that. That's so you can hook up multiple colors to it at the same time so they can change during printing. I don't have that. It's an extra, if I were to have bought it with the combo pack, it would have been an extra 200. Otherwise they're like 350. So they're kind of pricey. There's 250 right now, but I still don't want to spend that money. They'll go on sale for like 250 or 300 at some point in the future. I think I can move on from her and we'll move on to, I think let's do some like Applejack, or maybe not Applejack. We're not actually done with her. She's a little stiff. Like when the reaction from when Applejack goes backwards, like that kind of thing, that's secondary motion. I'll worry about that later. But her getting up and looking around just feels mechanical. Your butter. Hit there, so that up. Can we get her head up a little bit more? I might need to do the neck. I thought about having her head turn so you can see her face when she's saying happy, but I don't know if I want to have it so that you can see her actual face when she's hit with a lead pipe. I feel like probably want to start as the 3D print set of ODST armor and lightly ponify it for cons and stuff. I've seen some pretty cool things people have done. Like the one I thought was really cool. They had a full replica of like the Helldiver's helmet. For cosplay reasons and stuff, and I think it's cool that you can just get a port of something, kind of mix it up and make it work. Like it's 3D printing's a really cool thing. It's just it does take some effort to kind of get exactly the way you want it, but once you kind of figure it out, and at least with the one I have, it wasn't that hard. Actually, it was pretty damn easy. It's just about getting making sure that the temperature is right and certain other aspects are right on like print level, and as long as those all match up, you're like good to go. So okay, that's a bit better. I'll have to just add her jumping up a little bit. The green boat, I think it looks like the benchy test print. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is very much benchy. It's a little boat. Took like, I think this took 25 minutes. Whatever. And it has the fun little sound on it. But a big boat would probably take hours. Easy. Well, even just those little these little things, those took because they're technically more material. The benchy is more complicated, but the thing moves so damn fast that it doesn't really matter if it's more complicated or not. But since the other one takes up more material, it's just more time. So those I think take 35 or so. Plus, since they're ABS, it requires a higher temperature, and the platform it's on has to also get to about 90 C, and that also makes it tough. I need to buy a spool of ABS filament. I want to make a utility belt and suspenders for everyday wear. I already have most of the supplies, but I need to print some special mounting clips. Yeah, the ABS is working pretty good for the clips. I especially saw like the material didn't stick as well together immediately because it's the higher temp stuff. As soon as it cooled down, it didn't want to stick to itself. When it actually is printing, it was sticking to itself, but like when it was just kind of clearing the nozzle. But I was able to bend it a lot more. It was actually pretty nice. And it costs no different. Like ABS, like, and PLA and PE, whatever, PEG something, they're all about the same price. So you made Michael's charge keychain. Kind of wish I did a better job with the small holes. Yeah. I need to go use the restroom though. So I will be back in a minute. Since Michael's not here, I can do that thing. So I'll be back in a minute. So I'm gonna go get more booze too. What's that? It is cold outside. I made that forever ago for Be Right Back, but normally Michael does stuff, so I have to not use it. I want to grab some blueberry tart mead. It's probably my favorite that they had this year. Yeah, that's really good. It's so tart. It's very dry. Like, it's sweet for sure, but like when it hits your mouth, it's tart. I love that. It's like sour apple pucker drinks are really good to me and that's why like I put a lot of lime juice in the amaretto sours that I make too, because I like that, like when it hits your tongue, it feels like it attacks it. I love it. Dragon PP dance. Actually, I believe that whole dance was to something else originally. It was to Maroon 5, the beginning of a Maroon 5 song. Yeah. That was the whole thing. It just goes on repeat. Dang, Michael. No, I like it. He has his fun with it. I'm surprised he actually hasn't come on. I thought he would actually pop on as like once family stuff is done. Maybe that's coming up here. I believe they're on Eastern time. I see a Woody from Toy Story. Yeah, the he gets shot. Where's that one again? Yeah, this one. I don't know why the previews are sometimes not the greatest on here. Yeah, Reach for the Stars.
Let's go kill something.
There's just, I was gonna have him shoot something and I couldn't figure out what he was gonna shoot, and sure. I've never seen that. I have so many of these. Some of these I bet you like a lot of people haven't seen, like this one was specifically made because it was funny. Hold on. Actually, am I still logged in? No. Yeah, I made the play of the game thing. This is just for fun, like. Oh yeah. Developers, please stop turning me into a hat. Okay, thanks. Because they literally just turned Atlas into a hat for Sonic. I had so much fun with that Twitter account. I missed doing that. Merry Christmas or whatever. I haven't tweeted on this account for like 2 years. I'd have to just look up through the account. But there was some really cool, funny responses I had. Oh, it'd be replies. There we go. One of my favorite responses here. I burned the Xbox Twitter account so bad. That was when I ran that contest. Where was this? It was a while ago. God, it couldn't have been this long ago. Okay, yeah. So that's why I did this. They made this tweet. It says Silver Rathalos pendant can be awarded to fearless hunter capable of dethroning the tempered Silver Rathalos. And I think I put this out within 2 hours of that tweet and said Careless Hunter pendant will be awarded to fearless monsters capable of dethroning the gluttonous stupid hunter. And they had 1,500 likes. I had 5,000. So like I was outdoing them a bit. But where was the one? Oh yeah. Serious question. Who's the greatest monster? Right answers only. Oh God. I just want to find the one tweet that I burned them really bad. I thought it was around here. Yeah, he's like, I can't remember. Got to get one of these big jackets. Ball. It's like horrible photoshopping. Or like this. I made this whole picture specifically because of this one tweet. Like things like I put a lot of effort in. Oh, here it was. So I said, start your day off with a healthy dose of pessimism. And
I hate your good feelings.
but then the Xbox Twitter account says, why Rathalos? You can't just fly away from your feelings. So all I said was, yes, I can, with Rathalos has left the locale. And there were so many people like, burn. And yeah, I love that. That was so fun. This account had so many responses from big Twitter people, like randomly. I don't get it. It was so fun. I think playing a pessimistic Twitter account's easy. I don't know why. There was somebody that tried to make an account similar for Banbaro, but all they did was talk in all caps and were very angry. And that's kind of Banbaro, so that makes sense. But it just wasn't funny. But pessimism can be funny, especially when you know it's just an act. Monster Hunter movie was a sad effort. Obviously an attempt to franchise start, but failed to deliver. Ron Perlman was in it, so it can never be bad. But besides that, they did what most game conversions to movies do, and they didn't try to follow the game. They tried to make a movie by for everybody that anybody could watch outside the fandom or not, and by bastardizing the base content. Like Sonic, I was originally thinking was going to do that, but then they actually did a damn good job with the movie, and by keeping a lot to the original, maybe not lore, but at least to the original character and the ideas and the comedy. Sometimes they do it right. They didn't do it right with Monster Hunter. But as soon as I saw that it was like Mila Jovovich or something, the main actor, she did like Resident Evil, I knew it wasn't going to be good. It's not that she's a bad actor. She's not great, but she's not bad. It's just that usually the movies she's in tend to be the ones that go that route and bastardize things. Gonna be a third what coming out next month? Oh, the Sonic movie. Looking forward to that. It's a little weird, Keanu being Shadow, but I also think it really works. And some of the comedy they wrote in is good. I actually, like, from watching the trailer, I'm very much looking forward to it. Sonic 1 was good. Sonic 2 was good. I can't see why this would be any different. And it's always fun watching Jim Carrey be Jim Carrey. If he feels like he's almost built for that role, and I love to see it. Okay, yeah, I thought so. That's not going to work. Boo. Oh, probably should. Okay, I think a little more turned down, a little more in. That'll work. I just need to turn these legs down. I still have rotation on. Yep. Oh no, not thighs. Leg one. Nope, leg two. Okay, and then chest one, lift up a little bit, and up a little bit, and chest two, up a little bit. Okay, and then I just have to adjust her shoulders so it just looks like she's actually trying to like get up on her arms or something. I'm gonna go see it when it comes out. I'm normally not big on movie theaters, going to movie theaters. I'm tempted with that one. I feel like if you get the 4K UHD copy and you have a good 4K TV with HDR, it's generally a better experience than a movie theater. But especially since if you're thinking about cost, if you go with 4 people and then you all just pitch in to buy the movie instead, it'd probably be cheaper, but then you have to wait, I guess. I still say Jim Carrey should have gotten an Oscar for The Grinch. Yeah, I really like his Sonic, but yeah, I'd probably just say Jim Carrey's The Grinch is probably my favorite Jim Carrey character. He nailed that so well. That The Grinch's movie would have been kind of meh if it wasn't Jim Carrey. And like I mentioned before about Christmas Vacation being like I could watch that as many times as like possible. The Grinch is another one that I probably could watch multiple times as well. It's just so good. It's actually all the behind the scenes stuff that I thought was interesting about that movie. Like when he goes to pull the or like the tablecloth from the table, he was actually meant to have it go everywhere, but he ended up accidentally actually pulling out the tablecloth without it, and so he improv'd going to the table and making a mess, which is an amazing scene. The fact that they also had to hire on a person that is specialized in torture tactics, because the mask being on his face would cause you to go into a panic attack, because you would feel like constrained within something, like claustrophobic, and they were there to like help them deal with it. There's so much neat stuff in the background with that. Yeah, that mask he had on was so thick and big that, I mean, it looked great, but it was still like you were having your face in a box the whole time. So I want to see a movie Shadow SFM model. Let's see, movie was released and people make a model out of it. We'll see. There's got to be shadow models already, though, unless it's just not what you're looking for. With the last game, there should be some new ones out. Yeah, probably. I currently have the movie Sonic model in SFM, but haven't done much with it. Their first model? Ugly Sonic? Or did they make a model of Ugly Sonic? I wouldn't be surprised if somebody did. If you haven't seen the Chip and Dale's Rescue Rangers movie that came out on Disney Plus a couple years ago, probably more than a couple years ago at this point, Ugly Sonic was actually a big part of that movie, surprisingly. So this goes up, but I don't actually see it. I guess it doesn't really matter if you can't. Well, you kind of can, but this is what the frames are going to look like, and I'm not seeing any frame that the actual, like, pipe is visible.
Thanks very much. See you on Thursday. Right. See you Thursday. Right. See you on Thursday.
I kind of want to change something on Trixie here. I really feel like she would be better off, like, kind of leading off to the side. Yeah, I kind of like that. Because she's trying to look around, not just talk from behind her. This might break some of the other bits, but we'll see. So this should be a little bit more stretched. Kind of. Probably not by much. Shadow, you killed my dog. Sonic scrapes gore off his shoe. You talking about those... About one of these roadkills? They're kind of like the beginning of The Boys. Talk about a gruesome start to a movie or a show. I haven't seen the new season of The Boys. Without spoilers, has anybody seen the last season? Last I heard, it was okay. Oh, I don't know if it's last season, but most recent. It definitely needs to be bad more. Yeah, it started slow, then got pretty good. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I really like The Boys, the show, but then I think I finished it like right after the previous season had completed, and it ended really good. Like Soldier Boy was fun and stuff, but it still felt like it had a lot to do still. So I was hoping that the new season still held up. But I just... Did they release that one in like groups of releases? Did it do like a couple episodes or like one episode a week? Because that might be why I thought it was not so good if it got better as it got later. But that's understandable. Sometimes it just takes a little while for like the season stuff to kick in.
See you on Thursday. Right. 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 See you on Thursday. Right.
I could have... No, it needs to stay locked. Like this hoof.
See you on Thursday. Right.
If you're gonna put your hoof out like that, it's probably gonna go a bit further out.
See
probably work. Okay, it was weekly. It's an SFM discussion if you want to see it. Oh, in SFM discussion. Is that what you pinged? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll say that probably looks more like the model that's used in the movie. Because they didn't do like the merged eyeball, but I can't really blame them on that. Having the single eyeball would probably make it look really weird. It doesn't make any sense. I like the meme that they had where like Sonic took off like that part. It was like these tiny little beady eyes and they're panicking like, what, you thought those were my eyeballs? What is his glasses?
Thursday, right? Thursday, right? Thursday, right? See you on Thursday, right?
Yeah, this feels much better now. I can probably actually have her lean even further now. It just started feeling a little weird having her push.
See you on Thursday, right?
Just the angle of her eyes feels off.
See you on Thursday, right? Right.
But when she turns here, I probably should have her eyes do the same thing. Oh, no, not become a Picasso painting. Like just go out a little bit.
See you on Thursday, right? See you on Thursday, right? Touch off. Right.
But when she turns her head here, I think I'm going to instead have her head move back up to a more normal position. Yep, that works, but her head's not looking up too high, so.
Right.
Okay, that looks pretty decent. Yeah, I think it's the owner's eyes are actually goggles. Yeah, or something like that. It's a fun one.
Thanks very much. Touch off. See you on Thursday. See you on
Okay, so there's a couple frame bit here, right here. She doesn't move at all. Need to fix that.
See you on Thursday. See you on Thursday. Right.
Okay, now she doesn't have a. If you don't want to have any two frames where the model is not moving at all by any pixel, it's okay if you have the shaky cam. You can kind of get away with it a little bit more, but in this case, there's not. So.
See you on Thursday. Right. Very much. Touch off. Thanks very much. Touch off. Very much.
Kind of all over the place in what I kind of want to improve on this video still. Kind of just seeing little things, and like here I wanted to Applejack's mouth to stay a little bit more in the showing the teeth. I think it's still not enough. Now it's a bit too much.
See you on Thursday.
You know what? No, I'm okay with that. I just need to take the mouth open and reduce it a bit. Actually, just everything. Reduce it a little. Okay, and I think the mouth twist here is still a little too much. There we go, that's better. Oh, you found that comic. Such a good one. Yeah. Sonic, how do you manage running at the speed of sound without wearing any goggles? Like, are you kidding me? They're right here. What, did you think I had one great big eye or something? I love it. So good. Kudos to the writer on that one. If Hasbro had been smart, they would have... Oh no, don't be a Michael. They would have done a whole series of short stories focusing on the lives of the background ponies. For bronies, it would have been smart. I don't know if it would have been smart for trying to continue. Hasbro needed to get back to their core audience, and their core audience had grown up, which means that new people coming... You're not going to have an 8-year-old that wants to watch a show that has 9 years of lore. So I can understand that they wanted to cut that one off because probably the any brony boost they got from any of that was not enough to maintain it anymore. So they needed something new so that somebody jumping in wasn't confused. An 8-year-old's not going to care what Twilight's history was or anything. So, and bronies aren't big enough at this point. Catering to them at a certain point probably made sense, not now. So it would have made good content, but the people watching it wouldn't have made money. There's a story about Big Mac and that he had to sacrifice to keep the farm going in his sister's school. Yeah, or just make Fallout Equestria. That'd make tons of money. It'd be like so much money, it'd be like trillions of dollars. I think Applejack's... the timing's fine. But her eyes here... Okay, so they're not actually going down, but I don't know if I can. Oh, they're going down at the end. Okay, but can they go down here? Oh, they can. Kind of hit the wall a little quick though. Can I round this? Because like you can see right about here, they kind of hit the wall where the eyes start moving differently, and that's weird. I think she needs a bigger mouth open at this point. Okay, that does look a bit better. So much untold lore. I can agree on that. Kids don't buy toys. They're too expensive these days. Adults buy toys as they have the jobs. Yes, adults do buy the toys for their kids. I mean, and the toys for adults are going to be very different. They're usually going to be more expensive and then you'll have to charge a premium. They made toys for adults. The whole Guardians of Harmony stuff was awesome. That was not toys for kids. They did cater to them. It's just, there is a thing out there for kids. It's just, if you want to make content that kids are, to make the maximum amount of money on kids stuff, is you have to give them garbage. Like garbage that is easily addicting, not even that real, like have some semblance of a lesson to get so that parents will kind of buy off on letting them watch. But otherwise, you just have to make it so that kid wants to watch nothing else. And you just manipulate it to make it so that it is addicting as hell. Like Coco Melon and stuff like that. That's what they did. And then you can cash in on toys and stuff because they're going to want to watch nothing but. So adults don't buy toys. They buy nostalgia too for maximizing profit. Yeah. Kids, a kid's market is difficult because it's a very large market with a large amount of money, especially since the people that are going to be buying and spending the money on it are basically forced to because their kids are like, this is what I want. This is what I want. And then you have to, for Christmas, there's the whole thing about you have to get gifts for people. So that, and then on their birthday. And so there's already opportunities and you just have to make sure that whatever you are making is the top of that list for that kid. But then all of this, the amount of safety regulations around kids stuff though, makes making anything that is for a kid or an infant expensive to make. It's not just like, oh, that's cool, put it out and we're done. The amount of regulations is mind-numbingly long. Everything to make sure it's not a choke hazard, what information's there, and what is the materials it's made out of, and what happens if they take a bite out of it. And there's tons of stuff. So it's not an easy market either. That's why some of the coolest stuff for an adult you're not going to find for a kid, or made because they can't have it. They literally can't. Kids are stupid. Okay, I did realize her head moves here, but not much for her butt. I'm gonna go and good to see you all again. Bye chat, bye bye Alex. Thanks for the resub. We'll see you later. Again, I don't really know fully market stuff and reason why they do things, But if I all of it's just conjecture. But to me, it makes sense that if you're selling kids 4 toys, you put all the time in development, and you're going to have to spend that extra time and money to ensure that all the regulations fit the toy for the sale to kids. You're going to market the hell to those kids because that's the reason they exist. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to put in all that time and effort for that type of marketing, which is fine if you had a big enough market, but bronies are not a big enough market. You might think like there's tens of thousands of bronies. Yes, and there's millions of kids. There's nothing. It is so insignificant, the brony fandom, in comparison to the entire horse thing. Early or mid 2010s, it was large enough that sure, making that stuff made sense. Not anymore.
Right. Right.
I'll grab everything except for head and neck. And just smooth this out a little bit. I think it's a little sharp of a stop. No, that's too smooth. It feels like she's just kind of sliding fully with it. Can I make her head and neck start a little earlier? Yeah. Okay, some of that was just cheap tricks to try to make it work, like jamming her head into her body. It seems to work. It's the regulatory laws are important, but merch options are limited in the US. Look at Japan merch options in comparison. It's cultural business mentality thing. Japan's market's very different when it comes to that type of content, though. In Japan, there's definitely a market for adults buying those type of things, not in America. That's why, actually, if you look in Japan, Japan had some very nice adult-focused MLP toys that were very different from America that you wouldn't find. But that's because they had there was a more guarantee that you would find older people buying such things, even if they weren't a fan of MLP. They just might be because it was cute. So it's a very different mentalities. America is a very different place when it comes to those type of sales.
Thanks very much. That's all. Thanks very much. That's all. See you on Thursday. Right. Thanks very much. See you on Thursday. Right. 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 See you on Thursday. Right.
Just a little head motion there, but I think I'll just leave it.
See you on Thursday. Right. Very much. That's all. See you on Thursday. Right. Thursday. Right.
I'm going to give Trixie a little smirk at the end.
Right.
I don't think that should work. Yes, that's just the thing. The merged mentality is compatible with the U.S. market. It's been proven that Viz publishing in the 90s, American companies are refusing to adopt new practices in marketing. Maybe there is more of a market now for certain age groups, but it's also still, you can have a certain age group that enjoys some things, but it has to be a large enough age group. Dragon Ball, Bluey, those are big right now to where especially maybe not as much Bluey for adult side of things, but Dragon Ball and trying to think of other like there are shows out there that are so popular enough that there's a large enough audience that making such things and putting them on store shelves, because say you put them at Target, well, you have to make enough of a product to put at every Target in the country, because you're not going to know where unless you did a ton of research, where your hotspots are. From a brony perspective, if you were to make toys like that for bronies, if you were to have a dedicated shelf to make these certain toys, or a place on these shelves for the toys that are only going to appease to a few dozen people in the area, it's just not worth that space. You might as well make it some other thing in that space. And if no store is going to want to put it on their shelves, it's not going to work. And then if you only sold it online, then again, marketing is the difficult part. And they do stuff like that. They used to do very limited runs of certain types of products for something like that, but it gets very expensive because they're usually doing like POD. They don't know how many they're going to do. They just take pre-orders and then they make that many. So, hell, Yu-Gi-Oh! Boy. I just don't see that any physical place on any shelf working, because there is plenty of other things that are going to have a larger audience than that. And it's about prioritizing the things that have the large enough audience. And even if you have a few dozen, maybe that's enough. Your store's not big enough to accommodate just that. They'd rather have some other pots and pans or vacuum cleaners or something else that are going to better be used for everybody. Playing to the higher percentage or whatnot. I've only got Marvel vs. Capcom collection. Isn't that a pretty old one? That was a pretty old one.
See you on Thursday. Right. See you on Thursday. Right.
Okay, I think I can start locking down something. Let's finish. Let's do a 100% Trixie finish. So that means doing the eyebrows. Was she fully moving the whole time? Okay, her eyes move, but instant. That's not what I want. I want to do, let's round that. Just go very high with her up eyes. She kind of jumps left and right real quick. Yeah, this needs to be extended a little bit. Yeah, that round's better. Much better. Okay. Okay, so her eyebrows, I just gotta find one spot where she blinks. I'll do right here. Oh, I must have shifted timing on this. Should be fine. I was playing so much of a Marvel vs. Capcom 2, I missed Toonami Rewind. I never played any of those. I never really got into fighting games. I don't know if anybody mentioned, like, I think because it was a funny, stupid thing. I bought a Mortal Kombat game years ago. It was, I think, on the original Xbox. Had like a full campaign and whatnot. But I was super confused by the game because it felt like weird color choices. I didn't really understand it because all the blood was green and the sound felt weird. It just, everything felt wrong on it. And I didn't understand, but I literally played for hours and hours just thinking, I guess this is the way it is or something. And it wasn't until I plugged in a different game that I realized the mistake. So this was back before HDMI, where there was a period of time where you could get component cables, and the component cables came with 5 cables that came out of your Xbox, this chunker of a plug in the back. And it came with 3 video cables, one for R, G, and B. So you had your red cable for your red, your green cable for your green, and then your blue cable for your blue, if I remember right. And then you also had your audio cables then, which were left and right. So you had your white and your red. But the problem was that meant you had 2 reds. And normally they were split up in such a way, but I made the mistake of accidentally swapping them. So, and I can't remember what color was the primary color. One of them had to go through to work. I think it was like blue. But if any of the other ones were missing, it just would remove that color from the screen. And so by swapping those cables, I had mono audio, one speaker having nothing, and the other speaker, and the other one, then there was no red because it was going to the audio channel. So I realized having to swap in those cables, and then I'm like, oh, the blood is red. Like, it felt so stupid, but it was a common problem back then. I actually still have I think my PlayStation 2 is hooked up to the RetroTink through a composite or through a component cable, because I ran out of splitters for the composite stuff. Well, there were so many levels of video because you had your RF, straight RF, and then they had composite, which was the single video cable, and generally like one audio. Then they gave you stereo audio at some point, so you had your yellow, your white, and your red. Then somewhere in the middle there, they had S video, which was still one cable, but it kind of split it up different, so it was just higher quality. And it was pretty nice, actually. And then it was with component that you got the splitting of the colors between the lines, and that upped the game a lot. But even then, I think the most that did was was it even 720? I think it was 480 was the max. I don't think it went any higher than that. No, I think I think component could do 720, but it only did like 720i, which that's a term that probably most people haven't heard in the last 20 years. Used to be that to try to simulate higher refresh rates, they would have interlace instead of progressive. Everything today is now progressive. You don't have to deal with that. It used to be 1080p, but you could also have 1080i, which meant that it would refresh every other line. It would interlace it. And then after going through that part of the screen, it would then go back and do the next frame, every other one from there. But you would sometimes get little like little comb effects on the edges of things, depending on what was going on or something moving fast. Or cartoon content was very easy to see it, but yeah, I don't think component could do above 720i. Video games that played with RGA cables, I believe, were 640 or 720, but in 4:3 aspect ratio only. Okay, yeah, there was the 4:3 as well. I remember when I got my first HD TV, and I know that TV was like, I think my monitor, like just next to me here, is not much smaller than it. I think it was like a 20. At its most, it was 32, but I think it was probably less than 32 inches. The thing was like that thick and like super heavy, like that thick, and for like a less than 30 inch TV, and it did 720 max. And at that time, I remember plugging in to play Madden on it. And I was like, whoa, look how clear that is. It was so crazy. I literally remember the moment sitting in my friend's basement when we turned it on. Like, that's how like mind blowing it was to remember it all those years later. Squeeze there, squeeze. Yeah, I actually still have, like, I had to buy a relic just recently because I have my old mini DV camcorder that I found, or I knew where it was, but I finally was able to get the battery charged, and so I could get the video off of it, but it only ran off mini DV, and that was like the square port thing, and it was that mini DV went to a FireWire cable, and FireWire was basically one of the highest data rate transfer type protocols before we started getting into more fancy USBs. And I think it was trying to be USB at one point, but I had to buy a FireWire card. So I have a FireWire card in my gaming PC right now, just for pulling the video from that. I have, I think, 2 more tapes to pull video from. So I spent like $20 buying a FireWire card just so I can empty a few tapes. That, no other reason, but it's a lot of memories and stuff that over time are just going to go away. So if I don't put them on tape, they're going to be gone forever. Okay, I'm going to play, I'm going to go backwards with this here. So we're going to look at this one first. Okay, I'm just going to round these. Okay, I think what I'm going to do here. Well, for one, I don't need to hear you. Because they kind of go like high at some point to go there. I think I want to do this point because this is the general everything, and I'm just gonna like risk doing this and then see what happens. So the peak is right here. But she hits the lowest point right there. Ah, damn it. You can see the other eyebrow. Hoping I didn't have to deal with it, but I can see it. Because now they're going to be different timing. That's why I didn't want to do it that way. Most of the cathode ray tube CRT tests that were max 720p, but had a refresh rate of 75 hertz, I believe. Didn't quote on that. They also just overall felt smoother. I know that I believe 75 hertz was what they were refreshing at, but they were worked differently. So I believe you could actually get it to be higher than like some crazy numbers. But it's just because CRTs didn't refresh on the same way that like LCDs do. LCDs came in and took over CRTs, but when they did, CRTs were actually in a really good place and were pretty badass. And then LCD comes in kind of crappy, but it was thinner. And so it kind of took over, which I'm kind of glad it did. But the first many years of LCD sucked. They were just so bad. So love that it paints the image on the screen 1 pixel at a time with a single laser. Yeah, it is kind of crazy. I know Snowmo guys did a whole thing where they, where you could watch the lasers go by. It was pretty crazy. I was just about to say Snowmo guys, yeah. Well, I mean, that's talking some crazy speed. But it is interesting to think that, I mean, most monitors nowadays do, you don't even notice it, but it's refreshing from top down. What I thought was super interesting about the 1 pixel thing though, is at that speed, you notice that it's only that pixel and then a little bit of burn from the stuff behind it, but most of the screen is black most of the time. It's going so fast that you can't even process that it's black. But that's where people can have a strobe effect issue when you have monitors that are too low for refresh when they used to run like that, because you could start picking up that strobe then. I just looked up CRT frame rate. It was 60 to 85. So somewhat right on hertz. Yeah, but early LCDs, I believe, they were like 30. And that's still kind of a problem. Most TVs today still won't go above 60, which it kind of makes sense. A 4K TV running at like 240 hertz, there's just the amount of data that needs to happen for that is just too hard. You can't push that much data through a cable without some sacrifices. It's the reason that like the monitor that I'm using right now, the computer's in another room, but I'm using 3440 by 1440 generally at 165 hertz. I need to get a special cable to go that far for that type of refresh and resolution. So it's an optical cable to make it work. But those are expensive. So people keep telling me to upgrade to 144 hertz monitor for a better game experience, except, you know, monies. Yes, there is that. Though monitors right now, as long as it's 1080p, you can get probably a 1080p 144 hertz monitor for cheap. It just, I mean, cheap is still money that is spent that you already have a monitor. So, you know, zero is also cheap, but you can get them really cheap now. 1080 is now the big thing for esports. So they're about doing 480 and something. You can get some really good 144 hertz stuff for 1080 for cheap. If I had to choose between like 1080 at 1440 and 2K at 60, I would choose 1080 at 1440. I would rather have that higher refresh rate. I really wish I had like a monitor that could better handle just plain 1080 content, because there's some games that would just drop it down to 1080. And I mean, that's kind of what DLSS does, but I would just drop it down to get increased frame rate. Increased frame rate's nice. But again, if you have a monitor, that's the best deal. You can always look around on like Facebook marketplaces and stuff though too. Wouldn't be surprised if there's like somebody got out of gaming and has leftover monitors and you can get them for really cheap. But yeah, monitors are in a pretty good place right now. Nobody needs a 4K monitor for gaming. TV's different, but a monitor, stupid. 4K is stupid. And 1080 is great for esports and like snap shooting and getting the high refresh rate. To me, that 2K though is that sweet spot. 2K is like, for the distance that I'm at, I can't see any pixels, which means that's perfect. If I went 4K, I wouldn't, it's just more not seeing the pixels. It would all just blend together. So 2K is perfectly fine. And because it's not 4K, because 4K is literally twice as many pixels as 4K, I think, or more. It just means better frame rates. But could go up to 200 lower resolution for the monitors. Title: The Life and Times of Argo, the Infamous Estimator, or How My Roommate Drove Me to Drink. Yes, I agree. And Harad, so I know what you're saying here. Our eyes can't really tell the difference between 55 and 120, so 60 FPS is generally optimal for our eyes. Actually, is around 2K, but our mind slows it down to around 55, 60, and just blurs. When it doesn't. Even with that though, 480 is still better. Like, say you're doing esports, because while your brain's only going to be able to interpret certain information at certain times, the higher refresh rate still ensures that you are getting, like, you're not seeing every frame at a certain interval. That information is still going to be coming in for when something comes around a door, and maybe you get that extra like 1 frame earlier than somebody else. And that's the one that you process or you see. So, and most people that still say going from 120 to 400 something, they can see that there's a difference. It may not be worthwhile or worth the effort to try to build a machine around that, but there is a noticeable difference. And when it comes to esports, it is an advantage. It's just for a general gamer, probably not needed. If you're looking for sweet spot though, yeah, the 120 range to me, like, I feel like 90 is my perfect. If I can get anything around 90, I'm sweet. If it can go above, great. If it goes lower, sucks. But I really generally don't like just sitting at 60. 60 is not, I can notice it if it's 60 to 90. But even that, like, I played Deep Rock Galactic with I can generally sit around like 250 FPS on that. My monitor only does 165, but I can tell a difference on that compared to something at 90 or 120. I try to aim for 70 mainly because most games cook my room. That's why I like having my computer in another room. Though, like, it's winter now. This will be the time where I probably wouldn't mind so much having my computer in the same room, but it's the sound. I just don't like the noise. And right now, because I have it in a server rack, I actually have high RPM fans in there. So some of them are going like 8,000 to 9,000 RPM. They get a little loud, but I have full sound insulation on that wall. So even though it's literally behind the wall, I mean, over that direction, it's dead silent. I can't hear it. I can generally hear it more going around the corner within the maintenance room, down the room, out that door, through that hall, out through my door, and back to here. So if I need to fully insulate that whole space at some point, and then it would be like dead silent. Okay, so these are timed slightly different. Which is what I was kind of afraid of. Okay, no, that's pretty good, decent. It still gets so hot in the winter. I've been tempted to open the windows in the winter. I'm having difficulties just trying to get our temperatures pretty balanced. We have, I got two, because we got an Ecobee thermostat. I've got 2 little sensors so I can better figure out where our cold spots are, and try to adjust. And I thought originally our basement was the colder spot. And when I put the sensor down there, it kind of was, but I just opened up a couple of vents and now it actually is pretty balanced. But our living room upstairs is still the coldest room in the house, even compared to the basement. Where the windows are very old. They were good. They should be. I've already paid for most of it. They're supposed to be replaced in the next month. and that should help significantly. I just got a fireplace cover, so that should help. And then there's a couple other small things we need to do, but I need to figure out how to get that room to be more balanced, because the bedrooms are like 50 feet away down a hallway, straight shot. You can see it, and it's like 4 degrees warmer there all the time. I need to get things balanced. I really need a desktop. My MSI laptop is going on 6 years old. I need something with more power and cooling. Laptops are in a good place right now too. I mean, this is probably the best time to buy something, but problem with Black Friday is if you don't have the money on Black Friday, it doesn't help you. It's kind of the issue I ran into. There's a bunch of stuff I wanted to get, and I got some of it, but because of our Friendsgiving, and then we had our drain issue, I have a hole in my wall over here now. That all added up, and so I was like, okay, I'll get the stuff, but now I'm going to be spending the next like month trying not to spend too much. But it was either that or wait a month or two and then spend more on getting that same stuff because it's not on sale anymore. So I just did it. We're planning on putting a gas fireplace insert for our fireplace. I've had people say that before too, because we have a wood burning fireplace. The problem I have with fireplaces like that is, and we had the same issue at the last place. We had a gas burning fireplace. Is if the fireplace isn't that far or can affect the temperature that the thermostat is reading out, it ends up meaning that you get a nice warm room for where the fireplace is, but then everything else gets cold because the heat shuts off. And so we had that issue before where I'd put the fireplace on at the last place for nice little warmth, and that was cool and nice and warm. But then the bedrooms would get super hot because all the heat from the fireplace would go up to the bedrooms, and the basement, because the heat didn't run, could sometimes get down to dangerously cold. And the same thing would happen here. If suddenly the thermostat shut off because it was getting the heat from the fireplace, now the basement would be cold. Thankfully, because I have those sensors that I put up now, I could just set it up probably through even Home Assistant to have it so that it says if the fireplace is on, use the basement sensor to determine the temperature of the house. You can do stuff like that, which is pretty nice, but it always bothers me. Like, it never worked out well running that fireplace before. It came in handy when our furnace went out though. Turn the fireplace on, it was the only thing keeping the house warm, but still. Our fireplace pulls cold air through all the cracks in the house. It doesn't isolate the intake air from outside. Why is her eyes open here? I'm gonna have her eyes closed here. Okay, I'm gonna actually keep her eyes open. She's a little lower. I think it's funny. But she should react to such by kind of squinting a little bit at least. And she should be looking downwards. Okay, maybe her eyes shouldn't be shut. Should her eyes just be like wide open. I kind of like that actually, yeah. Okay. So she goes down like this. Her eyebrows need to go down a little bit too. And actually the eyes aren't built to go this wide, so this will be just pulling them up a little bit. My landlord is planning on installing a split heater cooler and solar panels to offset the energy costs. Do they pay the energy? You don't? Usually places I know do have it where the person in the place pays the electricity. It'd be great because I currently only have a gas heater and gas is expensive here in New Mexico. Okay. Well, New Mexico gets cold. Well, I guess it may be a different type of cold. Hello, Wobble Master. How's it going? Sitting here under blankets with the heater off. How cold is it there right now? Because I can tell you right now, it is okay, 13 degrees. 12 actually, just updated. It's gonna get down to 6 degrees tonight. We got a couple of cold days. It's going to warm back up after this and be at a high at 22. That's why in Minnesota, heating is considered a necessity, and no landlord is allowed to shut off your heat, and like the gas company, even if you're not paying your bills, can't shut off your heat. And there's other things that happen, but they can't shut off your heat. And they all, and if a furnace is to break, it is considered to be a necessity to have it fixed as soon as possible. We have a lot of HVAC companies around here. Mexico can get below freezing in late fall and winter at night. Desert, yeah, the dry stuff. Can they churn up your heat? Yeah. Unless they just don't want to. Unless they're also paying it. I feel like it was pretty normal when we lived in an apartment. I think we had an electric stove, so we didn't pay gas. We didn't pay heat because generally heat rises. So the idea is that if you're towards the top floor, you're probably going to be boiling because all the people below you are going to be running their heat, and there's no way to offset the cost, so they just build it into the rent. But usually you paid for electricity when air conditioners were usually just wall units. Though my last apartment before we moved it to a townhome actually had built-in central heat air conditioning. Had a thing on it. Every unit had a air conditioner dedicated to them on the roof. It wasn't a big air conditioner, but for the size of the places, it was perfectly fine. What do they do if you don't pay? Send out strongly worded letters? No, they can start putting out liens and stuff, I believe. So they can start forcing you to pay and by doing put stuff out of your paychecks, I believe. They have ways to do it, but they can't shut it off because it's essentially like saying you could kill somebody. Also, you could cause damage to the property because there's the risk of pipes bursting. If you have if the walls don't keep the pipes inside above freezing and they freeze, they expand and water pipes can literally burst. And then that is a really bad thing to have in the winter. So like if you're going to go on a trip, you don't go and say, well, I'll turn off the heat. I'll save some money. No, you can drop the heat, but don't turn off your heat. I usually, like, if I'm going on a trip, I'll drop the temp in the house to like maybe high 50s or something. It'll get cool in here. And then like now that I can schedule stuff, I'll just set it to like a couple hours before we get home. I'll just set it to turn back on. But usually it's really hard in your thermostat to readjust temperatures that big. So it just kind of depends. If it's going to be like 0 degrees, I might not do it like that. It's way too hard on the thermostat to keep it that to get it back up, like say 10 degrees. It could take hours of just running at max. Minnesota is a funky place. Pipes bursting sounds expensive. Well, not only that, it's water. Pipes are always under pressure. So when the pipe bursts, it throws water everywhere and it's freezing. So now that stuff, you have to deal with mold. You have to now deal with frozen random whatevers. And if you're not home, especially, yeah, you're talking a lot of damage. And now, like, say they have to tear down a wall and redo a whole wall because it got in your settings, whatever. Now that room has to be completely closed off because it's going to get cold too. So like even like our windows are going to be replaced sometime in December here. And they because it's Minnesota, they'll do, when they talk about the windows getting out and it's winter time, they'll be like, okay, well, so our process is we'll do everything we can until the window is ready to come out, and then we'll get the next one prepped. So basically pull that window out and move the other one in. So usually you will not be without a window for like more than 15 to 30 seconds because it's expensive. If you have a large hole in your wall for a while, that can cause some problems. So they have a whole process dedicated to just how to do it in the winter. My childhood home, one of my yearly chores was to wrap all the outside faucets for winter, and we would let inside faucets drip to prevent pipes from freezing. No fun cleaning up after pipe burst. No, well, I don't even know if it's cleaning up. It's just replacing. All of our pipes currently, we had they either were or they've been replaced with frost free. So it took a little while to replace one of them, but generally, you have your water pipe going to the outside, but the frost free is that they take a much longer straight pipe. And then the nozzles generally like parallel or kind of right on the end of that straight nozzle. And the plug for it then is not at the front. It's way inside the house. It's like on a long rod. So when you shut the water off, it's shutting it off in the house. And then any water that's left just empties out of the house. So you don't have to worry about pipes freezing by like water outside or to have it in a constant drip for that reason. But if you are going to not use a sink for a long time, like in a basement, and it's going to be like below zero, we have done it before that. Yes, you just turn it on a little bit because if the water's moving, it won't freeze, or it takes longer to freeze, but by the time it does freeze, it's already emptied through the pipe. So yeah, if we're going to get below zero for days, like the downstairs sink, I'll usually like put on a little bit or something. Yeah. It's more of that maybe couple gallons of water you waste. It's just safer. It's way better off doing that. And just getting those frost free pipes is also nice to have. press free nozzles, whatever. There. Winterizing houses is annoying. Actually, the annoying thing I had this year is just leaves. We have our front tree is big, and 2 years ago I went and cleaned up all the leaves. Actually, Knightley was here visiting at the time, so he actually helped me clean up some, and it was just so many leaves. This year I only did the front lawn for that tree, but even then it was so many leaves. Thankfully, though, we have a large forest, not forest, but a large amount of trees in the back of our property that we just dump all the leaves in. It's kind of expensive to have to get rid of leaves. If I don't have to pay for it, I'm not going to. The vet and they have to call for your cat. The rubber pipe could itself freeze and then shatter. Yeah, anything that can expand and stuff like that means it's going to already be put under pressure from the pipe. It's not going to be worthwhile, and preventing it's just easier. Looks good to me. It's getting there. Oh, I want to have it done before year end. Which I think the only problem I'm gonna have is lighting, because I'm still not like a fan of the lighting on this.
Against regulation.
I feel like it's almost too dark. I really like I'd rather almost move it to more of a daytime aesthetic and just make it dirtier or something.
Against regulation.
I don't want to go on the car.
Oh, don't be such a baby. I can't take.
But yeah.
I feel happy.
Well, this one hasn't been named yet. Okay. Why is there a name of the clip here too? Yeah, that's old text.
I feel
Actually, I can probably at least color this one orange. There we go. That feels good.
happy.
Ah, thanks very much. Not at all.
Okay, so Trixie, I think, just needs to have her,
I feel
what do you call that? Yeah, procedural bones baked, and then cleaned up.
I feel happy.
Yeah, okay, so her tail kind of goes a little nuts right here.
Ah, thanks.
So I'm thinking that her tail should probably go up with her a little bit. To a degree. And then we'll just do not tail 2. A little bit of tail 2. Okay. We'll have tail 1 go up a little bit more. Probably down right before she starts. And at this point, tail 2 would twist. And then tail 1 would dip. Okay, and tails, these ones would delay a little bit more. They would be up in the air this whole time. Okay, we're gonna shut that off. I don't need to hear her bang bashed. Okay, then this, we're gonna do a little bit more of tail 2. Kind of doing some follow through. No, way longer than that. Yeah, it's kind of resetting a bit into position, which is fine, but something's pulling it back. Oh, I know what it is. Let's do a bit of that. Nope, 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 not that. Okay, that's fine. Now this has got to do a little follow through because it was way too quick to get back there without. Oh, okay. Before I do that, this all needs to be cleared out because it's doing its little like, it got caught in a cadence back there, and that's not what we want. So we're just gonna get rid of most of that. One time a squatter was stealing water from a neighbor's house with an illegal pipe. That pipe froze and caused damage to both the rent house and the neighbor house. Our client had to pay for both repairs. There was so much damage we had to repair. If it was an illegal pipe, they should have paid for all of it, but I know like something that gets weird. I can imagine Argo as an animation director standing over an employee's shoulder and berating them. You call that smooth? The stubble of my beard is smoother than what you got there. God, it's still pretty. If I shave it down, it's kind of like sandpaper. No, it's I wouldn't want to be an animation director. Ooh, I just realized I kind of locked this into a bad position. I wouldn't want to be an animation director. For one, you shouldn't be an animation director unless you've been working probably professionally in the industry for many years, so you understand the lingo, what's expected, and all that. I've just been doing it freelance. That's different. If somebody came in and started telling you what to do and all they had done, you've been doing it for like 10 years yourself, and then you popped in and you're like, hey, I know what I'm doing. No. I don't want to be that type of person. I have some problems here. Channels are slow to move. And this one is very much floof. Okay, so this one shows that it should go kind of this way, and I'm gonna go to tail 2. But then as soon as she goes and does like that, it needs to bend that direction. But earlier. I'm just going to smooth that and then redo a little bit of it. I was going to say the stubble of my roommate's butt because it's funnier than I thought. But why would you have stubble on your butt? How would you know that you know that? And why does your roommate shave his butt? Yeah, usually butt hair should be soft unless you're shaving it. But I don't know if I'd want that. I mean, maybe if you have an issue that you keep slipping off the toilet, maybe that's like a feature. You know, just like get yourself gripped in there. But other than that, that's me. Doing it yourself. You don't have deadlines someone else is expecting you to finish on, so you can take your time and make it as smooth as you want. Not as much as that. I mean, the take time part is pretty nice. Actually, to me, I like my favorite parts are like the whole, I guess, animating process and whatever is really encompassing. Actually, the part I hate the most is the actual animating portion. I like the planning and some of the keyframing and the getting things figured out to see what the final product's going to be. It's actually the executing at the end that I don't like as much. But most of the times, if you were to start in that industry, that is also probably what a lot of other people are going to like the most. And so you have to work your way up to actually do the fun stuff. And that's the way it works with a lot of industries that have lots of seniority. I've also seen like professional animators, you know, how that sometimes that works. Like say you got this great deal and you're going to go work at Pixar and you're like, that's my dream. I'm going to go be a 3D animator at some big time movie studio. And you would think like, all right, so I'm going to be the one that animates this character. No, it doesn't work that way. You're going to be given probably in total like 15 seconds of the movie, and you're going to do based on the direction of of how to have the animation done to make sure it's all consistent. You're only going to really do pieces of it. You're not going to, like, most of the animators I've ever seen, they're like, oh, this is my scene, and they'll show like their whole work, and it was like 15 seconds, because it's the amount of meticulous works that goes into ensuring that that scene is exactly what you need it to be. But you're also going to be handed a piece of paper that's going to show your whole storyboard and everything, the exact expressions, the exact motions. You're not going and being creative. You're just taking somebody else's vision, and like, it's essentially, instead of grabbing a blank piece of paper to draw a picture, you're given a coloring book and told what colors go where, and you're just the one putting in those colors. So that doesn't sound fun to me. That's for movies though. For games, that's a little different, because I think there is a little bit more creative freedom there, because you don't have, I think, as much of a script in stuff like that. I mean, for the cutscenes and stuff that you do, but still, if there's cutscenes. No, anything out there that's a non-director just doesn't sound interesting to me at all, because it's just, it sounds to me like I'm just doing all the grunt work. Hey, there's a product idea. Are you tired of slipping off the toilet seat? Try our toilet grip. Yeah, from the makers of Flex Seal. You could just take like super glue and sandpaper. Like, I mean, go like a fine grit at least, but just put that, like, I want to see a toilet seat made out of sandpaper. It's perfect. Hello, vodka. We're talking about some toilet seats with sandpaper on it. Do you want toilet paper or sandpaper? Toilet paper? No, toilet paper. That we definitely don't want to do toilet sandpaper. I mean, unless you're really into like some weird crap, but probably not. I'll just go with what the motion has got now. No, it's still way too much back and forth. Especially right here. Like, it just, as soon as it starts moving, it's just kind of crazy. I'm going to smooth it too. Thinking of balance, she went that way. So I'm going to say that she would probably turn her tail this way. But even then, it still feels like it's just kind of wobbling around over there. Which I can just add in the motion myself too. Okay, I think that might do it. I don't know. It still does a little bit of coming back. But is that further up the chain? No. That's right here. Nope. Nope. There it is. I'm gonna keep it a little bit more that way. Yeah, there we go. It felt like it was just flying back way too quick. Oh, big derp. I made it even cheaper. Not 777. Since there's a cooldown, I feel like it still was expensive. I don't know, I might drop it again. Get a grip with toilet grip. Get a grip. I like that as a slogan though. Whoever did the Squatty Potty commercials, there you go. Just get that guy. Oh, that turned out. That's much better that way. Squatty Potty was excellently directed and was amazing. I swear we did. I didn't. Was I working on an anthology short with that? No, because it was so crappily done. Probably not. But I thought I added Celestia's hair to that like horse in the Squatty Potty commercial. Unicorn ice cream poop, the Squatty Potty. Yeah. There was one I remember doing it where I added Celestia's mane to the small horse. When did I do that? Like I where is that? How to, yeah, uniform poop. Yeah, that was like it was over a year ago. That kind of looks like that. I don't even know if all the files are still in the right place. The guy had to have dabbled in some sort of funny substance. This stuff was a fever dream. It was so good though. That was somebody that did marketing right. He knew how to make something viral. Oh, they knew that was what they were trying to do anyway. Oh yeah, it's not seeing any of the original files. Okay, convert, whatever. Where was this originally? I don't remember. I think I might have deleted the video file, but I did a whole roto brush and everything of it. Like it would have been a really crappy whatever, but I thought that's what I was trying to do. Cause like I broke this whole thing into pieces. Like, what was this? Why did I do that? I can't even remember why I did this. It was only last year. I had to have deleted that video because that would have been in here and I've already cleared that out. And I'm guessing it was only a sub piece. Like this, it's like Celestia's main's all gone too. Yeah, this is all like junk now. I mean, but I mean, if I remember right, I put a ton of effort into this stupid thing. Yeah, there was like motion trackers and like, I'm kind of sad. I'm not gonna see like this like stupid thing. Okay, so I think, Trixie needs to have her cheeks locked. And her ear tips. Yeah, they get a little wonky right there. So we're going to go in for most and then like a double smooth. But what happens here? Okay. After the smooth, it seems fine. I think for this motion, because it's so like drastic, I will at least put something into the ear motion. They don't work forward that way. Yeah, I'm not going to bother with the ears on that. Okay. The rest of it anyway. All right, I think Trixie's basically done. Oh. That's that stupid back hair. Don't have to worry about it at all until here. She puts the pipe away, but now the pipe's going to be clipping. So I think the easiest way to go about this is to put the pipe on the outside. Or no, put the pipe on the inside, put her hair on the outside. Can I do it like this? Let's just do something like that. And then which one is your back hair? This one. Something like that. Because I don't mind if it's clipping, just not on both sides of the pipe. And this looks broken. I gotta fix that too. There we go. So like here, that's fine. But the moment that she lands like this is not okay anymore. So I need to move it more this way. That's just gravity though, so whatever. If I move it out a little bit. Out a little bit, and then grab that hair 3 and put it down again. And then when she moves back to this position, her hair should reset closer to this. Okay. Why is her name Mrs. Idol? Can you figure it out? It goes a few layers. Michael playing around while Argo is watering the porcelain garden. No. It's not horse reference. It's only for right now. I might change it. It was just for fun. It's based on the name of the actor that does the voicing. In this short, the actor that played that character was Eric Idle. So that's why we called her Mrs. Idle. We've thought about trying to do like Undertaker or something, and we couldn't think of anything that was funny. Like something that was Undertaker-like, but not. I kind of wanted to make her like a manager, but I mean, Death Manager is a little too dark. So it's like because the whole point of in the past having, or from the other bits, she became a manager. I thought it would be fun to maintain that. She was a lawyer too. She's very versatile. Okay, so I think Trixie is, oh, nope, Trixie's not done. Front here. It looks fine for that part, but it definitely, yeah, it freezes a little bit right here. We need to fix that. And it freezes right there. So what we need to do is have it go earlier, which normally is just to do something like that, along with a round. Nope, too early on the round. Here. Okay, I'm just gonna have it swing back the other way for a sec. Hopefully, have it kind of just come back. Yeah, that looks fine. And then she does a little bounce there. It's kind of in the way of her eye, but there's nothing that's going to be done about that. So whatever, we're all good. What about cart manager? We have the joke for the cart and going on the cart. I would rather still have it related to something about death or dying or something about this being, well, I guess she does say bring out your dead. You know, like sometimes they have those positions where it's a very basic position, but somebody found a way to flaunt up that title to make it sound like something very, very special and prestigious, even though it's just this super basic thing. Something like that would be funny, but it also can't be too many words because there's only going to be a few times that you're actually going to have the opportunity to read it, because you can't read it here. You can read it here, here, there. So like there's about 4 opportunities to read it, and that's it. So if it's really hard to read and difficult to grasp, I don't want to have it where people are trying to like spend 20 seconds of the video not paying attention because they're trying to read it. So like two words, kind of like cart manager, is about the best I could think of in terms of like length. Like 1 word, 2 word. Still think Eric would be better. Homage to the actor in the Eric, the fish skit. There's no Eric the fish there's no fish in this one. The literal name is Eric. Though I think it's Eric with a, is it Eric with a C? No, I think it might be the K. I can't remember. Doesn't matter. Oh, I didn't realize her eyebrow's not done here. It's too high. Okay, now it's done. Could maybe make a reference with the posse flower, since that is based off the plague and pocket full of posy. Again, that's a multiple levels of joke. Somebody would read it and not get it, and that confusion, they wouldn't be paying attention. Having something that's a quick laugh is fine, but I'd still want to keep it pretty basic to who she is and the position she's holding. So I think Trixie is done. So we can do Applejack now. We got a little time. Yeah, we might as well just do the same thing and just start with her eyebrows. But this time I can steal Trixie's. Okay. Thankfully, I'm in a better position for this one to work forward from. Oh, there is another blink, isn't there? Oh, that's, yeah, right here. Okay. I did just notice that in this blink, her eyes have not been fixed. There we go. Okay, this just needs to go up a little. Pretty close to clipping. I was trying to prevent that. Okay, that one's fine. Okay, and then here, upper face is already done. This needs to be rounded. Oh, not. Oh, no, she's blinking. That's even better. I'm going to zero it out. Oh, still a little bit of a weird transition there. We'll just move it to the here and then transition it. Chuck wagon. Okay, I kind of actually like that. Since you're Chuck, actually, I was just thinking about it something different, but I kind of like Chuck wagon. Maybe fans of the Argoverse are going to be critically aware of her name tag, so the joke can't be too deep. Yep, that's my thought. Potter equals magic user. Potter's field. Yeah, reaping manager. I wish I could fit Chuck wagon something on there. I like Chuck wagon, even if it doesn't make any sense just saying Chuck wagon. Okay. I don't know why I'm fixing this one. I'm going to do it anyway. Reaping manager, like the Reaper, but technically, yeah. Would Chuck wagon manager be too long? Probably. I'm just wondering if Chuck wagon just on its own, or just put like the Wendy's logo on there. Like that would be. That would make so. Like, wait, does she bring it for food? Like, what's going on there? Or Taco Bell? I guess she does the taco bucket, but that'd be kind of extra dark. Implies that Applejack's just bringing bodies in to make tacos. Didn't actually finish her eyes a little bit on this. They probably should open up a little bit extra in the beginning. Yeah, too wide. That should be fine. Okay. And here. And then I need to make these close a little bit more. I feel like it needs more of the surprise on here. I love surprise. It's surprise wide brow. I'm using surprise wide brow. Should be no surprise. Water. Name tag clipping into Trixie's torso. Yeah, I know that one. That's an easy one. I probably should do it because I would call Trixie done anyway. Cheers and water. Let me finish her eyebrows and I'll go do that quick. And boom. What is she doing with her eyes here? Because I see it has like some middle bit. Well, they go down a little extra. Okay. Okay. Now we'll go fix the name tag. There. Okay, it starts clipping somewhere around here. So I'll just have it transition to make sure it doesn't a problem. Yeah, zoom in. Oh, it's like, what angle is this? I could probably angle it up a little bit and then we're gonna pull it out a little bit. Okay. All right, and then for this one, I feel like I need to almost when she does this, move it a little to the right because it feels like it's like weirdly centered. That look like it's moving to the right? No. One sec here. Oh, I noticed this was the leg's a little twisted. Gotta fix that. So, cheers, soy. And cheers, too. Does that list of ChatGPT Trixie slogans on the stream chat channel if you're interested in them? Let me take a look. What did ChatGPT want? Oh my god. Oh, that was the slogans. That's more than way more than the carts. Some of those were pretty good though. If those are the same ones. But yeah, I'm not gonna read through them all, but I remember Michael read through some and it made him very sad. Hello, Cookie Derby. left front leg. So from here to here. It's a little weird that it's locked like that. A little. And it's better, but now it's got a little bit of motion. So we're going to say from here to here, here to here. Wait. There. Actually, wait, no. I remember how to fix this. Lock every bone. Select just those ones. Go over this area and smooth it. Okay, so the only area it didn't really fix was the one at the very end. Which we can now smooth too. Okay. It's better. Well, it is better. I can probably make it better than that. These two, I'm just gonna round them. Yep, that looks much better. Hello, Tweety. Good stream, sir. Hey, everyone. Hello. Yeah, we got some good progress today. See, Michael wasn't here to distract me. We got Trixie's fully done. The Death Card Impact is done, which it's such little things, but it's so important. All those little shakes on everything. And also fully did her little flop. So that's good too. And then started on Applejack. I think I wanted to try to finish the scene today, but I thought we were doing full cleanup. I forgot I had to do the cart part. So that's understandable, but peanut butter is going to take a little bit because when she's got so many little motions, like right there, that little jolt of her going up, all that needs to have everything done so her tail's not clipping and all that. So, but getting there. I can do quick. I don't want to lock any of the bones right now. Yeah, there's not much. So, because I think I don't want to lock any of the jiggles, because it's usually the jiggles work best when a fresh restart of the software. So next time we go, we can probably do it right at the beginning, and we should be good. I'm doing all right. One day unhappy, upset, sad, angry, stress, struggle, difficulty. That's a little of everything. Hope you have a good weekend. But a good stream and good job. I'm proud of you. Well, thank you very much, Tweety. Very much. I'm proud of me too. I spent way too much time working on this stuff. I do have to, there's a couple things I do need to retweak when going back through here. I think I overdid some of the mouth twisting. It goes back and forth a little too much. I think like that one's perfect, but that one, or not that one, which is the one that was way overdone. Yeah, that one's way overdone. I need to back up a little bit of its twistiness. We'll see. But anyway, getting there. Well, we're going to be done for today. Let's see who on. I've exercised the fridge demon with my belt. Oh, you're gonna eat food. See, that's the kind of creativity we need for the cart naming. Though I think right now I'm gonna probably forget it, so somebody needs to remind me. But I do like Chuck Wagon. Doesn't sound like a title. It just sounds funny. Or like calling her the butcher's assistant. Like they just sell the meat there. I like that too. Where are we going? Who's on right now? Ooh, we got a bunch of people on. What is Jay doing? Pony video nostalgia stream. Oh, Pony. I think he's just watching pony stuff. Yeah, he's just watching horse videos. So if you guys want to go watch horse videos, that works. Oh, look. Pony's the Anthology is made of Blue Sky as well. But yeah, we can head over there and watch some horse stuff. We're watching Applejack Started a War. Yes, I see some votes for horse, so we'll do that. My goal is sometime in the next 10 years to get the credits working again. Chuck Wagon equals throwing something and food preparation cart. Yeah, that works. Oh, hello, Big Derp. You're like, screw this. It's me now. We need to make like an extra long Big Derp. There's also I started it, and I think I know more about it now to figure it out. But we were gonna do Tiny Derp, where we're gonna have little derps dancing in the bottom, and every time you redeemed it, it's gonna add more derps. I still have to actually finish the Michael Takeover one though too. I started it. It's just so many renders. Well, anyways, I think we'll be back Sunday. I think we're doing Disco Elysium still, but I gotta check with Michael. If he's not going to be around, probably we'll skip on it and do something else temporarily. But he was pretty adamant he'll be on. But we'll see you guys then. Otherwise, have a good weekend.